Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a wonderful morning and welcome to the FSL Wild Rift Open 2. I am Gerard, EscapeArtist, and I'm joined by Tania and me, and we're going to be bringing you through the second day of action.
I'm really excited to see the teams here. I expect that the gameplay will be a lot better than yesterday because a lot of these teams have gone through many rounds. They have fought so hard just to get here. And some of them are still eyeing the grand final, especially next play.
Yeah, that's right. Nextplay Tempest would definitely want to defend their their championship. No, the fact that they are champions. Yes, that's right. A little brain fart there, but yes, they are, of course. Yesterday we saw the winners bracket final where EVOS Savage Girl went up against Dr. Hellcats, and Dr. Hellcats won that, and they are going to be waiting for whoever is the champion of all these lower bracket rounds that you see here to face off against them in the BO3 Grand Finals. And in the first Wild Rift Open, it was actually Nextplay Tempest who fought Dr. Hellcats in the finals, and Nextplay Tempest took that one 3-0. So let's see if history will repeat itself, or if perhaps another one of these teams will be going up against the Hellcats in the finals.
And of course, we will get to see Team AA today in our very first match. We didn't manage to watch them on our stream yesterday,
Mhm.
but very experienced players. I know some of them came from LoL PC, competed in FSL Elite as well. Got to keep an eye on their jungler Mika. So pretty excited to see one of my friends play.
Ah, yes, your friend's gonna be playing. I'm sure you're gonna be cheering for her. But another thing is also that this is not the first time that Next Play has played against Team AA in this tournament. So for the very first round yesterday, in the first round, Next Play Tempest took out Team AA, and then Team AA fought their way through 5 losers bracket games where they won all of them, obviously. And now they're gonna be going up against Next Play again. So we're gonna see if perhaps they've learned a thing or two in their fight to get back here, and whether they can take down Next Play Tempest and move on to the next round.
Of course, the issue is that it is the lower bracket, so it's just one chance, and one of these teams are going to be out. So very high stakes here going into the first game.
Yep, definitely. In fact, it's high stakes all the way today because we're covering the entire lower bracket after this, and even I mean in the grand finals, it may be a BO3, but you definitely want to win every single game that you can. So very high stakes stuff today. It's gonna be very exciting. Gonna see the teams pull out their very best because right now they only have one shot at this, and I'm sure they all want to win without a doubt.
And it's going to be interesting to see what the teams pull out because as you move further into a competition, a lot of times the meta kind of evolves. Even though meta picks, S tier picks, we still expect to see. But say, take the Icon series in the Philippines, for example, in the last weekend, suddenly we saw support Ash come out from Team Liab. So it could be support Ash, there could even be jungle Fizz, there could be mid lane Darius, maybe some Sona Seraphine in the bot lane. Who knows, like I'm really looking forward to see how teams adapt and maybe pull out some of these surprises that will also catch the other team off guard.
Yeah, that's right. I'd like to talk about the adaptation to the meta because yesterday we saw huge priority on champions like Camille and Galio in the start of the day, but then as time went on, we kind of saw them fade to the point that they just completely fell through the draft in one game, and they no team even like better than Eyelid at all.
I mean, if you think about execution, it is difficult to execute a Camille Galio combo, especially in a map like Wild Rift compared to League of Legends, where we see that executed, I would say, more frequently.
Mhm.
Here's like people just move out like really fast because the map is really so small,
Yeah.
right? And Galio's ultimate is only that big. It's not like it covers a huge amount of space. Uh, Speaking of execution as well, I would say that Next Play has stood out a lot. um, they have been the ones that have been executing those tower dives. They know how to step on the pedal, which is something different from all the other teams.
Absolutely. They really know how to push and pull the flow of the game, really, and manipulate that to their success. Especially, of course, in the bot lane, we have Chabi and Gia, the challenger duo in the bottom lane, the dragon lane, and they have had an absolutely phenomenal performance so far in this tournament. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they pull out this time.
Yeah, not to count out Hellcats as well, where we saw a wonderful Akali performance from their mid laner Rogue.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, we're just really looking forward to see who will step up to the plate and face them in the grand finals.
Yeah, that's right. Right now, of course, we're going to be going to draft really soon. The next play Tempest going up against Team AA. And of course, for Team AA, like we mentioned before, they have they have fallen at the very start to next play Tempest. So this is really kind of a revenge match for them to say, hey, we fought all the way up here and we're gonna take you down this time. We headed into the draft now for game one of day 2 of the FSL Wild Rift Open.
And right off the bat, hovering that Fiora, I don't think it's wise to pick this blindly, but they might just go ahead and do so just because it's open. Looks like Nextplay gonna take that risk.
Yep. We see that actually the overlay is swapped. Actually, it's next
Right,
play
Team
Tempest on red
AA.
side. Yeah,
Mhm.
Team AA are the ones who pick up the Fiora first.
And Nextplay signaling that they might go for this Galio Camille combo because they very quickly locked in that Galio, and their jungler has been immensely successful in Vi. So no change from there. They're just going to stick to what they are really strong on. And on the opposite side, Nextplay respond with their bot lane Xayah Rakan. Actually, we have not seen Rakan on stream so far. Generally, he's not been considered an S tier support pick. They did buff him in patch 2.3, just a little bit if I'm not wrong. Trying to get Rakan into the meta, but not quite yet.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see whether it works out for Team AA because they have picked up that lovers duo in the bot lane. Over on the side of next play Tempest, they secure for themselves the Camille Galio comp, as well as a Vi to jump in as well, and a Tristana.
Yeah, super high single target damage. Tristana's bomb, Vi there for the CC as well as Camille, with the added AoE combo with Galio. So, Team AA responding with their own set of AoEs. They have Wukong, who has been quite successful in the jungle, even though we see a lot of these teams who pick up Wukong not doing too well in the early game, but he does make a very big difference in team fights.
The Ari pick as well, something that we've seen rather prominent in this tournament, where you always see the Aris able to land those charms and really help their teams pick off their opponents. And on the side of next play Tempest, Gia is gonna finish off the comp by picking up a Lulu.
So that signals that it's gonna be a Galio mid. Something a little bit different. Obviously, both can be flexed. Yeah, but it's a lot of protection. I think Nextplay has shown that they really do like this Enchanter support because they have shown very good skills on Janna, protecting Chabi all the time. It's really gonna be the Chabi show once again.
Yeah.
We don't expect their game plan to change. So it's gonna be interesting to see how Team AA adapt here because yesterday we saw that a lane swap came out. However, Nextplay was the one who benefited from that lane swap. So how will Team AA deal with so much pressure coming up from Chabi and her support Gia?
Yeah, I wanted to actually take a look at the summoner spells here, about how offensive the summoner spells on the side of Team AA are. We've got 2 ignites, 1 exhaust, and 1 heal, compared to the 3 barriers and 1 heal on the side of Nextplay.
Yeah, but barrier has been the name of the game. Yesterday we saw how hard it was to burst down someone who has barrier. And Nextplay again, just sticking to the barrier on most of their champions really. Looking at the team composition for Team AA, it's a lot of scaling going on. Think about Fiora, you think about Xayah, and even Wukong, who needs some time to ramp up. He's not going to be here ganking every lane in the early game. So it's really about for Team AA to play defensively and get the items that they want.
That's right, both junglers have started on their red buffs. And by the looks of things, Angel immediately moving down towards the bottom side of a jungle.
Again, pathing towards bot side, which signals that we might get an early dive or an early gank at the very least to blow some of these summoner spells.
And that's right, Chabi and Gia are doing a fair amount of poke damage there. Interestingly enough, the AD carry from Team AA is called Karzi, but no, this is not the same Karzi that the Mad Lions.
Taking inspiration
Yeah.
from there.
It is inspiration for sure. That AD carry in the bot lane, and definitely will want to play as well as Karzi if she wants to carry her team into the next round.
Vi is hovering, waiting for the scuttle crab. We have to look at where she goes rather after this, after she secures this. I suspect that they do want to get Chubby a hit, but looks like just not yet. Looking for that level 5 on Vi.
That's right. Gonna be able to take that Gromp and move ever closer to that ultimate. This guaranteed single target CC on pretty much everybody except Xayah, who could use her ultimate to escape that, but Weena is gonna be a little sneaky here and take away her opponent's Krugs.
Elgo
Yeah.
might spot this out, yeah.
Yep, it's been spotted. But Weena already smitten those Krugs there. Smited, yes.
And this is textbook play from Nexplay.
Yep.
Oh, but she is gonna back off. Looks like they're not gonna commit to any sort of dive at the moment. But wow, the amount of jungler presence, the amount of jungler proximity for Nexplay. Oof.
Yeah, Angel needed one more camp to hit her level 5, so I think she tried to go and sneak those Krugs away, but thanks to some quick moves from Team AA, they were able to spot that one out, and so she had to go back to her own jungle, and now she's level 5, and the ganking can begin.
Not quite yet. Maybe do a Raptor camp first. Bot lane is not doing too well. Lulu's still level 4, whereas on the side of Team AA, already level 5. I think Rakan also still level 4, so
Yeah.
oh, looks like Nextplay got the level 5 first. Will they make any moves?
Yeah, Karzi here about slightly above half health. Chubby could potentially burst her down, but needs to be aware of the Feather Storm as well that she has. She did just use the Feather pullback.
There is a window here because oh no, Rakan just hit level 5, so looks like no risk taking. Nextplay just gonna go back to get their first buy, get some items in. And we talk a lot about the bot lane, but not to mention and not to count out the top lane either. It is quite a big skill matchup because even though we saw Fiora being picked and knowing that she has very few counters right now here in Wild Rift, she can definitely outplay a Camille, but we saw Shasha on Camille yesterday in this very same matchup, beating up the enemy Fiora, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a matter of skill. It's gonna be really exciting to see what happens.
Yeah, oh, that's gonna be an engage right there. Weena going in, that's a 3-man knockup. Gia's health bar is so low, but where can the damage come out from for Team AA? IU is in the front trying to do her best, but it's just not enough. Nextplay are dropped low, but no one falls.
So some of the ultimates were used. That means it's 3 ultimates on the side of Team AA in exchange for 2. But most importantly, I think Gia's ultimate, the Wild Growth, was used, which means less protection for Chubby, who just wasn't at that fight.
That's right, and if you look at the summoner cooldowns there, Ray used her barrier, and I think that's really the only thing that managed to keep her alive. The dragon is still up, but as you mentioned, 3 ultimates on the side of Team AA are down, so they probably don't want to fight anything for now.
Yeah, it was a good combo, but it's still too early in the game.
Oh boy, there's no Spirit Rush available for IU, gets caught up by that Hextech ultimatum and assaulted and batteried, and first blood goes over to Ray.
What a great roll from Hellgirl, coming all the way down from top lane. Team AA just didn't have the information, and I think this could be Dragon for them.
Yeah, the cooldowns are still unavailable. There's no Cyclone, and that's going to be a massive taunt right there, and a massive knockup as well. Feathers pull back, doing a lot of damage. That's going to be Angel actually the first one to fall. Fiora walking away with a sliver of health here. Chubby able to find that jump, but Fangirl is on her. Meanwhile, Karzi is caught in the middle of 3 people, and Hellgirl right now being the front line that his team needs. IU, however, the Spirit Rush just came back up, and she's able to dash back in and clean up Gia. Meanwhile, Ray and Chubby limping away from this one, and Hellgirl try her best here, but unfortunately it's not enough.
Overchased by Nextplay. It started off really well because, as we mentioned, just in the fight before, Team AA expended 3 ultimates and they even picked one off, so they had the numbers advantage. But it looks like the game is just so fast that everyone reset, they die, they respawn, and here they are back at the dragon.
Yeah, let's take a look at the ultimates right now. Really only the oh boy, Karsi, who's stepping a little far forward right there, but the only ultimate available for Team AA right now is the Wukong ultimate. That's gonna be a 3-man knockup, however, from the Khan. Galio's gonna enter as well, and Hellgirl has caught Weena out. Weena uses that Cyclone, but it's not gonna be enough damage to finish off Angel. Now Ray Ray's on a killing spree, and the rest of TAA are forced to back away.
Yeah, both teams really trying to do their best to play around these cooldowns. They know what ultimates were used, and they know which fights they could take. So Nextplay, recognizing that they still had Galio ultimate, decided to use that to try and secure the dragon. It was a good smite as well from Vi. So I think overall, I think Nextplay still came out of that ahead.
That's right, these teams are nearly neck and neck right now. Angel is charging up that Vault Breaker to go over the wall. There has yet to be a rotate from Team AA's bot lane, so it looks like that's happening right now. Next player, the first one's the Herald, however, and it looks like Team AA are not going to contest this one. Yeah, Ray Ray's just gonna zone out with that. Oh, but oh dear, Fangirl walking a little too far forward there, able to dash away, but Chabi jumping forward, maybe biting off a bit too much than she could chew. That's not enough protection right there. Chabi a little too far forward there, and the charm as well. Ray Ray, Justice Punch is actually blocked out, and he's gonna fall as well. It's gonna be 2 kills for Team AA.
Oh, quite uncharacteristic there of Chabi. Yesterday we saw her play very disciplined. Didn't really overstep too much. That is what makes Nextplay a really strong team, but oh.
Why? Gia forced to flash away as well. Not enough damage from the Fiora, but still very scary stuff there. Nextplay losing out on the mid turret.
Yeah, Chavi really wanted to get the reset here in this mid lane. Couldn't get it, just stepped a bit too far, and immediately Team AA punished.
And now it's
looking at the items.
You can actually see that the 80 carries are more or less neck and neck.
Infinity Age already, and Xayah just bought Executioner's Calling. Reduce that healing. Vi as well has her GA, so she can be that front line that Nextplay needs and go in with her ultimate. Still not too bad. Nextplay is still in the goal lead, but maybe they need to be a little bit more disciplined, need to control themselves a bit more, because if you look at the game since the start, I would say that they overchased twice already and got punished for that.
Now Hellgirl might be in a spot of trouble. She missed that hook shot right there. The Hextech ultimate coming out onto IU. She's gonna try to do damage to dissuade them from diving her, and it seems to have worked out. Hellgirl surviving with about 200 health, and now Nextplay seeing that, they summon the Rift Herald in the middle lane. They take out the mid outer turret. Are they gonna escort this one in for another charge?
Yeah, that's it. You know, Nextplay may have overstepped twice so far, but their rotations have been on point. The moment they secured Dragon, they rotated their dual lane to the top side of the map, secured that Rift Herald, and once again, they rotated such that Hellgirl absorbed some pressure at top, while the rest of them plow down mid. So whatever the case is, yeah, macro here, very solid from Nextplay.
That's right, Dragon is going to be coming up in 20 seconds right now. Both teams are going to start posturing around again. You can see that Chabi is going to be able to make one more reset before this one begins. Angel.
It's going to be Inferno.
Yep, that's right. And both of the Baron laners are in the Baron lane right now, so most likely not going to do too much in this fight. But you can see the pings of the rest of the teams are moving towards the Dragon. Angel did start it up for just a second to kind of force Team AA to move down, but Chabi may be a little in an awkward spot there, forced to use the rocket jump. Should be just fine for now.
Yeah, both teams are still holding back. I think their vision setup on both sides is just not quite complete, so no one really wants to act without knowing what information that they have.
Angel and the rest of the team are now around that dragon. They're dropping it. They are actually gonna peel off for Weena. Weena has that Guardian Angel. Rakan going in with the quickness there, landing charms, CCing up the entire enemy team. Karsi with an aggressive, but wow, that's a 5-man Gallia ultimate right there. Is it gonna be enough? However, the damage, where is it right now? Chabi is trying her best to fire away. They actually managed to pop the Guardian Angel. Karsi stepping far forward as well. Ray gonna land a taunt right there onto 2. Weena, oh, Fangirl is the first one to fall, and Chabi right now gets a double kill. And this is the reset. Is she gonna be able to fight anymore? Karsi is gonna blow up as well. Chabi, will she be able to find one more jump onto Ayu there? Will Ayu be able to take her down? No. Chabi picking up a triple kill and showing Katino quadra kill, actually showing how to Goomba Stomp on Tristana.
Oh my gosh, that was so good by Nextplay. I think that was one of the best.
Girl actually in the top lane. Is she gonna find that last auto attack? No. Fiora finding the retribution kill there, saying Chabi may take down 4 of us, but I am not going to fall.
A little bit of micro there at the top lane, but wow, Nextplay. Among all the games, I think that was the best kite back I've ever seen since yesterday. If you look closely at what they did, first of all, they did peel back for Chabi, and even though ultimates were used and a lot of cooldowns were up, you look at Galio, Ray, that single taunt going back in for the re-engage completely changed their fates. It is so beautiful to see. It means that they are communicating so well together. They know what skills they have as a team, and they use it collectively.
Gia there used the huge fire on herself. Not too sure that was about, but for now, Nextplay actually have an advantage in terms of gold, a solid advantage the first time in this game. And they're going on to Fangirl, but I think she'll be alright. They do have river control at the very least, and they have Hellgirl in the bottom lane pushing in that wave.
Baron is on the board and pings are going down. Nextplay just need to push up top wave first and keep an eye on mid lane.
They are gonna peel off that Baron and wait in the bush. Baron wasn't really able to reset there, so it's actually still pretty low, dropping to about 4,000. Keep your eyes on the junglers right there. Angel is the one in the pit, and Weena actually is not there to respond or steal or anything. So that means that, oh wait, wow, that Galio damage right there. That was pretty disgusting. But hey,
And with Baron, Hellgirl can put some pressure here, but
maybe. Oh, that was an attempt at a predict, but Hellgirl is gonna outjuke her opponents there. The hook shot.
yeah, she's really good at creating pressure, even though we don't see a lot of flashy kills. But you have to give her a lot of credit for taking the pressure from the enemy team. It was either Ahri who went to her Baron lane at the start of the game, and now we have Wukong and we have Rakan also paying some attention here. And the way that she balances this with the rest of the team on the map is commendable.
It is absolutely commendable. You can see Hellgirl rotating up to the top side now that the rest of the team is in bottom lane. Chabi with that huge rage there, able to just poke out her opponents, and Karsi already nearly falling. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, that's gonna be Ayu there, forced to flash, forced to use the Spirit Rush as well. I'm not sure if Ray was able to clean out that kill. Unable to do so. Weena actually going in with the Cyclone to kind of sacrifice herself. Has the Guardian Angel pop the Stone Plate as well, but Chabi right now an absolute monster, dodging out on those charms. The minions pummeling that mid lane and Hellgirl pummeling the top lane. That's gonna be Nextplay Tempest taking all of the inhibitor turrets right now, and they only have one Nexus. It stands between them and the next round. Chabi gonna continue auto attacking right there, gets knocked up, but really, what can Team AA do? Chabi's just gonna auto attack that Nexus, just gonna take out the Fiora there, no trouble at all. Gonna maybe find a few more kills? Nope. Nextplay Tempest decided just gonna clean up that Nexus and move on to the next round.
Congratulations to Nextplay. I think it was very well earned. We see their team play, I think, level up even more, which is very scary for anyone watching Nextplay right now. Also want to find out whether anyone will start denying them this Vi pick in the jungle because how do you say Angela? Angela.
Sure.
Sure. Angela has been so active on Vi, and we saw it, right? We saw her hovering bot lane so much in the early game. Realistically, what are teams going to respond? Can they also match her? Can they counter gank her? Or can they deny Vi altogether? That is the question.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's they really need to figure out a way to play against so many of these things right now because Hellgirl on Camille or on Fiora on these split pushing giants is an absolute monster as well with her ability to create pressure and pull enemies across the map towards her position and give her the rest of her team advantages. There are so many things right now about this Nextplay squad that makes them look really good and makes them look like real contenders right now for the title of winner of FSL Wild Rift Open 2. Of course, their hopes and dreams are still alive because they're moving on to the next round. And for now, let's see. The next round will be for them to go up against, I believe, NextGen Stars, who we did see yesterday. And for now, we're going to be going for a short break, but when we come back, we're going to watch Nextplay Tempest go up against NextGen Stars. You don't want to miss the action. See you soon. Welcome back to the FSL Wild Rift Open 2, presented by Intel and supported by Yahoo. We're here for the second game of the day, where we have NXP Nexplay Tempest going up against NXG NextGen Stars.
And we just saw Nextplay with another textbook game, I would say, from them. Vi jungle, Vi hanging out at bot, Chabi popping off. Really? Again, what can NextGen do? Also interesting to note that NextGen is actually a new team, unlike Nextplay. I think this is their first time competing in FSL, so it's quite impressive that they have made it all the way to this round, and they have to face the defending champions.
Yeah, that's right. They made it to the semifinals of the upper brackets, where they then proceeded to lose to EVOS Savage Girls. So they came pretty far in the upper bracket. Now we're going to take a look at, well, the entire bracket. You can see that on the other side of the lower bracket, that Space Gamer Kallyx took a game off okay. And so they move on to the next round, where they face off against the V Gaming Ladies. Meanwhile, right now, Nextplay Tempest, in the previous round we saw, took the game over Team AA. Now they're going to go off against the NextGen Stars, and the winners of these two matches will face off in the next one, and then the winner of that will go up against EVOS Savage Girl in the lower bracket finals. And then finally the grand finals at 3 p.m., where the winner of everything will go up against Dr. Hellcats.
Looking forward to see how these teams will evolve. So far, what they tried against Nextplay in the last game, they tried some scaling. Right, you have some AoE team fights, and even though Team AA managed to land a lot of these crowd controls, the problem with that is that all their champions needed items. So yes, they executed well, but they just didn't have enough damage to finish off Nextplay. Nextplay has been really good in terms of balancing the champions, balancing their team comp. They've also been really good in execution. They showed very good macro. The moment they got the dragon, they went to Herald, and then from Herald, they pressured mid, and then their side laner also absorbed a lot of pressure. So again, next step, new team, new round. What will they do against Nextplay?
That's right. We've seen just how well Nextplay can kite back. We've seen how well Nextplay can go in. So really, it is again another tall order here for NextGen Stars, but of course, they made it very far as well in the upper bracket, so they must have been doing something right for sure.
Yeah, we are going to be loading into the game soon. I'm still waiting for that jungle fizz, Gerard.
Oh yes,
It's patch 2.3. He does 200% to the monsters in the jungle. And from what I heard from the players, he has been doing pretty well, I think. Definitely a decent clear speed, and even more so if you think about it, Nextplay, all they do is protect Chavi, right? And who is very difficult to protect against for your ADC? It is that Assassin Fizz.
that's true. It is the Assassin Fizz that is S plus right now in the jungle tier list, next scoundrels patch tier list. And we are now in the draft, and Nextplay have already secured the Galio.
And well, instead of Galio Camille, we might be seeing Galio Jarvan. So not falling back onto the Vi anymore. This is gonna be something new. Oh, just as I say that.
Oh. Yeah, they're teasing us for now. It looks like.
And same thing, it is gonna be another Enchanter support in Janna, which we have seen Gia play yesterday.
Yeah. So Gia does really well in the Janna. I believe it was banned in the previous game, and that's the reason why she had to pick up the Lulu instead. Over on the side of NextGen Stars, they do manage to find themselves the Ziggs as well as the Garen.
If they do lock in the Xin Zhao here, that will be very interesting because we didn't see him have much impact on the games yesterday. So the thing about Xin Zhao is that he can sweep opponents away, he can disrupt a team fight, but he has to watch out for Galio's ultimate. The key thing here for Nextplay, again, they have such good layering of CC and they have so much potential to kite back. So what I really want to see is, wanted to see rather, some sort of assassin, but NextGen going to be drafting a very standard team composition. If they do go with Ezreal Sona, it means that they are going to sack bot. So we expect the jungler to focus more on mid and maybe even the top side of the map because it's Garen.
Yeah, and really, now that you mention it, I do see a lack of assassins in general in the tournament so far. Really, only we've seen Akali, and that's about it. Really.
Yeah, teams do have options like Rengar in the jungle or Fizz in the jungle, but so far, standard team compositions, a lot of them want to play front to back, especially Nextplay. With this team comp, it's honestly nothing new. And I think it benefits them because if they have to play through so many rounds, the opponents in the upper brackets are looking at them and they are seeing, what are they good at, what champions are they picking, what strategies are they doing, and they have been doing a very good job of hiding all of this.
That's right, just sending Chubby on the same Tristana, sending Angel on the same Vi. Riri as well on the Gallia with Hellgirl on a split pusher. See, it's very textbook. Very nice corky butts as well as we head on to the Wild Rift.
Yeah, some of the spells, like if we can count the number of barriers, pretty standard so far. I think the keystones as well is what we expect.
Yeah, that's right. I can see that both teams with more respect as well with the triple barriers on all their laners except for the supports there. Both junglers starting in the top side of the... starting at the red buff.
Vi starting at red means she will be pathing towards top, and Xin Zhao has a chance here. He will be pathing towards bot, so whether he manages to burn the flash of Chubby or burn a summoner spell, that could present an opportunity for NextGen to shut down that bot lane.
Oh my goodness, that right there, that's not what you want. Wow! Gia with the knockup once again right there. You'll never see a Janna as good as Gia, I swear. She's insane.
Yeah. She hit the tornado in the bush, which is why NextGen were just not prepared for that. And Ezreal at level 1, level 2, you don't really expect him to have Arcane Shift either. And they were immediately knocked up. If you look at some of the spells, Sona also did not use a single one, so
nice.
Advantage to Nextplay.
So squishy in the early game, really. That I myself was not prepared for that. I was like, oh, okay, knock up lands, and then I realized that, oh my goodness, Chubby is doing ridiculous amounts of damage. And now Angel is chilling out in the top lane right now. Hellgirl has started to engage, and Luna is forced to flash, forced to bury as well. That's the summoner spells from the top lane. Oh, Gia getting jumped on. Chubby as well, able to jump away. One more bomb though. 4 people are sent down to the bottom lane. It's still not enough to take down this insane duo lane.
The idea was there. You have to commend NextGen on doing that because they know that they have to shut down bot lane. So instead of just sending their jungler, they got the priority in mid on Ziggs, pushed out the minions and then rotated to bot. But very unfortunate, just one more auto and one more bomb would have taken off Gia.
Yeah, that's right. But one other thing is that Chubby didn't even use her summoner spells. So all she needed to do was just rocket jump away. Tristana can be played so safely in that regard that she still has both her barrier and her flash if anything goes sour in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Angel.
So even though NextGen also perished in the early levels, the Soda was down, but they still have their summoner spells. It's not a gone lane, it's not like they can't flash or they can't barrier and heal. And I think everyone now is just gonna look towards that level 5.
Yep, that's right. Most of the players on each team have level 5, only the supports don't just yet. Hellgirl and Luna have been going at it in the top lane. But here we see Xin Zhao sneaking into the jungle there just to get an idea of what camps are available.
They are being very proactive, so NextGen stars recognizing that they cannot just sit back and scale. And they also drafted Ezreal Sona at bot, so they are getting some protection there. Sona can heal him, he can also arcane shift out. Whereas the rest of the map, you can see Xin Zhao poking his head, trying to find opportunities, but so far, not yet.
Yep, that's right. Nextplay Tempest are the first ones to the dragon. The early bird gets the scuttle crab. For now, NextGen stars are still taking their camps and trying to get a little bit more experience before the dragon fight.
Ziggs is the first one to hit level 7, followed by Ray Ray. That Infernal Bomb could do a lot of damage.
You see that Luna actually has rotated down, but Hellgirl just is gonna continue pushing in this top lane right now and does have a wave for herself that is moving up. So there's a lot of pressure there as well.
So NextGen has the numbers advantage around Dragon. It looks like they will be starting it up. However, there are no wards over the pit.
Ward is finally placed down right now. Nextplay Dragon is underway. 2,000 health. Luna's trying to do some zoning, but Angel's already in the pit. Will the smite come down? It's gonna be NextGen that secure this one, but let's see how the fight will play out. Luna is the first one to fall. Angel drops as well. The Galio Hero's entrance there used defensively onto Chabi. And Nextplay do not pick up the dragon. They pick up one kill, but they pick up this top lane turret as well.
Yeah, well played by NextGen, recognizing they had the man advantage. Of course, this early in the game, Camille doesn't have teleport, which is why Gerard had to hang around at bot. Even though they didn't ward over the wall, but they had enough information to know that all of Nextplay were clumped up towards the bot lane. So I think it was very well played. They secured the first dragon, they were proactive, and they recognized that Nextplay were taking a fight where it was 4v5. So for Nextplay, they just could have been more defensive about it. They could have just given it up, but I think they wanted to try. They wanted to see what they can do. They do have a challenger dual lane who is ahead. Chabi with that infinity edge right here, way ahead of her opponent, right? Ezreal needs time to scale. He only just got a Maramune. Not going to be doing too much just yet.
I think that was very worth for Nextplay though, because they managed to score Chabi a kill as well. It was a 1-for-1 and a dragon exchanged for the top lane turret, which opens up pressure for this Rift Herald take right now, which they have started.
NextGen is already there as well. They just have to be aware of the crowd control coming up. And just as I say that, the tornado hits 4 people.
Yeah, but you can see Hellgirl as well has already passed up while Luna is still in the bot lane. So now Hellgirl is going to draw some pressure off. And Nextplay Tempest might try to catch someone. Xin Zhao's in trouble.
Gerard is pushing bot alone without any contest, so this is a flip from what we saw at Dragon. Nextplay here with the man advantage. I think NextGen, yeah, just back off, don't need to sacrifice anything.
Yep. Oh my goodness, Chabi just going straight in with the rocket jump there. Meanwhile, look at how peaceful that bot lane is. Then back to the fight at mid, that true shot barrage there. It's going through and dealing a fair amount of damage. Nextplay forcing them back.
Xin Zhao just overstepped a little bit, almost got caught out, but it's okay. You have Sona, you have shields, you have heals, and Garen managed to take that bot lane. So NextGen keeping this very competitive.
That's right, NextGen are about 2,000 gold down, but they're always able to trade something with their opponents. They don't let Nextplay get away with things for free. Whether it's a dragon for a turret or a turret for the Rift Herald, they're always there to reply something at the very least and keep themselves able to scale.
Something different from a team that plays against Nextplay. A lot of them tend to try and fail, but so far, NextGen has been keeping it close, as you mentioned. I think it's also the fact that they have Sona for the heals and shields, and we cannot count out that sustain. So Nextplay were unable to burst anyone down, even though they caught out Xin Zhao. And oh,
yeah, Angel gonna be able to take this crab away thanks to a little help from Ray Ray. I believe the dragon is spawning in 30 seconds.
Yeah. So that's why Baron laners are back at top again, trying to shove that out. Meanwhile, the duo laners are back in the dragon lane. Setting this up, they have to get prio. Ezreal might go back to complete the second item. See what he buys.
You see the resets
Yep,
coming now.
it's the fist.
Yep, that's right. It is the fist. Yes, and
Fist.
Ziggs as well has gone back, picked up an Oblivion Orb for himself. Nextplay are gonna drop that Rift Herald mid to try to gain some pressure so they can go and ward the river, or maybe just start up that dragon. There, Chubby already throwing the bomb onto it. As we see NextGen walking in, the dragon is about 3,000 right now, and Nextplay have conceded it for now at least. Device trying to go in. Will she land the smite? Yes, it's able to take down that Cloud Dragon, and a beautiful knockup as well from the Galio. Where is Chubby? Chubby is free hitting from the back. Guardian Angel already going down on the Xin Zhao right there, but Galio without a Guardian Angel immediately falls. Here comes Helgo from the flank, just gonna tear through her opponents. Chubby is low right now, but she has the protection of her team. Jumping in, Chu Pao flashing away, but Chubby flashing straight back. Hellgirl as well, taking a triple kill for herself with a beautiful flank, and that's gonna be an ace for Nextplay.
That was like a few seconds where you see Helgo walk all the way from base and you're like, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen. Our next player gonna turn this around. And she just went over the wall and took NextGen by surprise. I think they recognized that they had more people there around the dragon pit, but they didn't realize that Helga rather was on her way all the way from base, and she just cleaned up all those low health bars.
Yeah, that's right. She really swept through all those people right there, helping her team win that fight, and really now able to open up the game more for Nextplay Tempest now that they've taken out all of the outer turrets as well.
And Nextplay just do this, they're so good at kiting back. NextGen could not jump on them. Janna was there for the reset. Her ultimate Monsoon gave back Nextplay a second life, which is why they bought a lot of time for Hellgirl to group up with them. They just look so comfortable playing this team composition, which for some reason teams keep giving them, right? There's no change. The Vi is still there, Chubby on the Tristana.
Oh boy, Ziggs stepped in a little too far forward right there, and no support from the rest of her team. He's actually trying to deal with Hellgirl right now. They've sent Shu Pao down to help Luna out a little. And all Hellgirl needs to do is just hook shot away. That means the next play can just start up this Baron for free, because it looks like the only contest is going to come from Ezreal and Xin Zhao, who aren't really much of a threat at the moment because Gia has the ability to zone them. True Shot Barrage is going to come out. Can Xin Zhao steal this one? The answer is no. Ray just going over the wall. Ezreal dropping so low. He's just taking down the Winds of War. Will clean that kill up. Shu Pao as well finding herself in the wrong spot in the map, going down to Nextplay.
Disaster for NextGen. They sent Soda to try and kick the Baron laner, but Camille just manages to hookshot out. She's too elusive. And then by the time they gathered at Baron, they were out of position. Sona basically walked into 4 people.
Yeah, that's absolute disaster right now for NextGen. You can see Hellgirl just gonna clean up another kill right there. The Mega Inferno Bomb isn't gonna be enough. The Liandry's is ticking down, but I don't think that's enough right there. Nextplay continuing to pressure the entire map.
We are seeing something different from Nextplay. It was a change in game plan. Even though they had the same champions, Vi did not path bot in the early game. She actually pathed towards top side. And it's also partly because Nextplay managed to get that first blood on Sona, and at the same time, Sona Ezreal is very defensive. They have shields, they have heals. It's a little bit harder for them to gank and tower dive. So despite that, and despite losing the first dragon because of this, they managed to secure the Herald, and again, they used Herald in order to secure the second dragon instead.
Yeah, that's right. Now the dragon is gonna be spawning. Once again, it's going to be the third dragon, a mountain dragon. Nextplay with the Baron buff have the advantage against this one. They're going to be pushing out that bottom lane while waiting for this dragon to spawn. Of course, at this point now, Chubby is already 6-0 and 4. Has 4 completed items compared to the Ezreal, who has 2.5. So, in fact, she's nearly got double of the Ezreal's goal right now, which is looking pretty rough right now for NextGen. Look at Chabi, just able to walk forward to the Garen. It's really not every day that you see these kind of things right now. Luna taking a whole bunch of damage. Chabi not able to find damage to take him down just yet though. Angel is gonna secure that kill. And in the back, Hellgirl just jumping onto the Ziggs right there. The back line of NextGen are in complete shambles, and everyone in fact is in complete shambles. The only person that's left alive is Chupao. Meanwhile, Hellgirl there just chilling in the base, waiting for this poor Sona to come back. Ray right now, they're gonna be able to dive this one. The taunt does not land. I think they might be in a little bit of a spot there. But okay. Yeah, I don't have anything to say about that.
They bought time. They bought time for Chabi to take 2 towers at base. How about that?
Yeah, sure. This is what we mean by they're drawing pressure around the map.
Yes.
Around the map being in the enemy.
In the enemy space itself. Sona only has an Archangel staff.
Yeah.
So, but she managed to get that because she got 2 kills.
Okay,
I don't
hold
think
on.
it really
This
matters.
right there may not be very good for Nextplay. They only have 3 people against the 5. Wait, what was that ultimate there from Sona? That was very sad right there. Now Luna's taking a bit too much damage. Gonna blow up from that Tristana explosive charge, and even in the 3v5, Nextplay are able to kite back and take a kill.
Yeah, this is what we expected. It is a 60k to 40k. Is that 20,000 gold lead? Is that probably the biggest that we've seen so far?
Yep, that's right. The Baron has spawned, and hey, this lead might balloon even more right now. When Nextplay secure this Baron.
Do they really need Baron though to close this game? Probably not.
You need it to increase the gold lead more.
Yes.
Xin gonna face check this one. Gia a higher level. Can he get in? No, the buster shot right there from Chabi saying, hey, doesn't matter. You don't need a smite. I'm just gonna help you out right now. Chu Pao as well, caught in a weird spot there. The crescendo being used, but really not providing too much. Gia and Angel coming around. Gia flashing forward for the Zephyr. Hellgirl unable to land enough damage off the Chu Pao and jumping a little far forward. Forced the back away, but here comes Chabi. That monster of a Tristana right there, just firing over the wall. She's gonna rocket jump straight over, lands the explosive charge onto the Garrett. Can't she find any more damage? Wow! That one hit there took the Sona out from half health. Chabi is gonna jump in as well, land another auto attack onto the Ziggs, flashing forward just to intimidate her opponents right there. Nextplay are gonna move on to the lower bracket semi-finals right there. They take down the NextGen stars.
Congratulations to Nextplay once again. Wow, another textbook team composition. But yet, you see some adaptation from Nextplay. It wasn't just Vi hovering around bot. This time around, Hellgirl 6-1 and 2. I think she's the one who stood out a lot this game. And she got the chance to shine, which is not something that we saw in the previous times that we watched Nextplay.
Absolutely. Hellgirl is like this rock that Chabi and Gia can play off. But hey, in this round, she really did absolutely pop off right there, showcasing the ability of Camille, really her knowledge of the matchup into the Garen. And hey, poor Garen, look at the items right there, the Thorn Mail, the Sunfire, and the Warden's Mail as well. Building armor doesn't really help too much against Camille, my friend. She does a lot of true damage.
And looking at the damage, Chabi's still at the top, of course. And as you said, this game was also a lot of kiting back from Nextplay, even though they were 4v5 or even 3v5. They are just so good at peeling back for Chabi. And Gia on this Janna, she knows exactly when to cast that Monsoon. You know, she does it such that it doesn't blow anyone away that you don't want to. And just the coordination from Nextplay is so good.
Absolutely, Nextplay are really playing as a unit. They really work off each other really well. They absolutely deserve this victory, and I'm so excited to see them in the next round.
And taking stock, what have teams done against them? So Team AA tried to go for a good Warmo combo with Rakan and Wukong, but the problem is that their carries needed to scale up. Right? Even though they executed well, but they just didn't have enough damage. And in this game here, the stars, NextGen stars, we saw them switch it up with Xin Zhao. And you can see that the jungler was really trying to find opportunities for her team. But the problem is, if you sack bot, if you say that, okay, Ezreal Soda, you are self-sustaining, we're going to leave you alone, Xin Zhao is going to try and snowball Ziggs as well as Gerard, then don't draft things like Ziggs and Gerard. You
Yeah.
need to draft something that is more proactive, that can work in that 2v2 with Xin Zhao.
That's right. This team composition that they drafted was a triple tier comp, which is the kind of the epitome of scaling, really. So fortunately for next gen, they're not gonna make it to the next round. Next play Tempest. When we come back after this short break, they're gonna be going off against Space Gamer Kallyx in the, I believe this is the semifinals for the lower brackets, and the winner of that will go up against EVOS Savage Girl in the match after. Stay tuned, it's gonna be super exciting. You do not want to miss it. Hello everyone and welcome back to FSL Wild Rift Open 2. We're here for our third game right now, which is the lower bracket semi-finals. We have Nexplay Tempest going up against Space Gamer Kallyx.
To say a new challenger approaches.
Hmm?
So Nexplay, I think that if teams want to play this front to back, Nexplay are gonna win, right? Because this is their style. They play around Chavi. And even though they have Galio and Camille in some of these team compositions, they aren't actually doing the Camille combo, as what Gerard likes to call it. They're actually just using the Galio to peel back for Chavi. And I think if any team wants to go up against them and play this front to back, I don't think they're going to win. I think it's time to change things up and really make Nexplay be surprised, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. I'm hoping that they can bring something new to the table, a different way of doing things that can really shake Nexplay. Because if not, right, Nexplay is looking so strong in these previous few games.
Yeah, they are so strong and they haven't even revealed any new picks, even though we saw like a hover over Javan in the last game that was teasing us. But in the end, Angela went back on Vi.
Yeah.
And Chabi is just Tristana all the way. So I think teams really need to start picking either like super S tier picks, but also change it up and play some assassins or basically assassins because they got buffed last patch. We have Fizz jungle, we have Renga in the jungle as well. We need more things to shake it up, you know?
That's right. We want to see really interesting that we don't really see any of the newer champions that have been released. We've only seen really I think one Renekton or two Renekton games at most. But other than that, we haven't seen any of the Rengar. We haven't seen. I know Kallyx isn't in a very strong position, but we haven't seen anyone attempt that either. So I really want to see more of that, really, especially Rengar because I know it's pretty strong.
Yeah, he is very strong. And they also buffed Kha'Zix last patch. I think they made it such that the isolation is a little bit better. But I think being a very small map that Wild Rift is, I don't expect us to see Kha'Zix, especially if Rengar is open. Why would you be picking Kha'Zix, right? Akali has been very successful on some of these teams. Pantheon might be viable because he just got buffed in succession over the last few patches, and now his ultimate has added armor penetration. And at the same time, they also buffed Black Cleaver. So where are all these champions? Where are the patch 2.3 champions?
Yeah. Exactly. Well, hopefully we'll see them in this next draft, but doesn't look like it. Looks like things look pretty standard for now.
They do have Corki though, which is something different that we've seen. In terms of tiers of ADCs, Corki can match Tristana here, so looking forward to see how they do that for Space Gamer. It looks like also no Vi on Nextplay. So it's gonna be Javan instead.
Yeah. That's right.
And yes, Space Gamer denied or rather not deny, but they trade Javan for Vi.
Yeah. We did see the hover, as you mentioned, on the previous round of Javan. Now we see that pick come to fruition as Nextplay gonna pick that one up. But are they gonna pick the Galio for Ray Ray once again? They're gonna actually go with this Lux right now.
No, Lux mid. We did see Ray Ray play this yesterday, and it still fulfills the criteria of peeling back for Chabi. Because Lux has the root, Lux has the shields.
Yeah.
And looks like I'm really excited. Are they gonna lock it in? Lock in the Renekton?
Yeah, come on guys, lock that in. But I want to talk a little bit also about the Ray Ray Lux, because it's not just it's Garen. Yeah, but it's not just peel back, you know. Ray Ray yesterday got like I think 2 or 3 solo kills against her opponent. So this Lux is not just here to peel for Chavi, it's here to do a lot of damage as well.
For sure, for sure. Just a little bit of change. Instead of Vi, here we have Javan, and instead of Galio, we have Lux. But I think Nextplay are still gonna do the same playstyle. Obviously, a lot more catch potential now that they do have Lux instead of Galio. But on the side of Space Gamer, some changes that might be promising. So it is an Ezreal and Corki, which means that Corki is going mid and Ezreal will be in the bot lane. And Ezreal Braum, I think. It's something different that we've seen compared to Ezreal's Sona. Braum can be a lot more active. He has that threat with the slow, with the stuns, and he is an S tier support opposite Janna. He can block Janna's tornado.
Yes.
So just looking at that, I think they are in a much better position here to challenge Nextplay. It's going to be coming down to execution.
Yeah, most definitely. I think it's very important that you have the Braum to block out those Janna tornadoes because Gia has been absolutely on point with them. We can see an invade coming in as well there. The Winter's Bite not going to land anything, but forcing Chubby to take the rocket jump at the very least. You notice
Some
also
watches.
that Vi doesn't have any items right now. Interesting.
Oh, I guess they were really excited for the
Yeah,
invade. They
they
do
were.
have Braum after all.
Yeah, on the bright side at least, this is not a like League PC where you need an item in order to get
Yeah.
the same amount of experience from jungle caps. So she'll just be down by a long sword worth of AD, which as long as she can reset before the third game, it won't be anything too bad at the very least.
And already we see Gia zoning them out because it is a range versus one range and one melee matchup. Braum just needs to be patient. Still level 1, so around level 3 might be able to jump on one of the Nextplay dual lane.
Angel here just chilling out, waiting for that Scuttle Crab. You can see the junglers are both in the top side right there. But Vi just gonna spot that Jarvan out thanks to the ward and walk down to the bot side to take the Scuttle Crab. But haha, guess what? It's all nearly gone. Oh, the smite coming out. Wow, Jewel actually managed to get that one. That had a little bit of a support as well from her support as well as her mid laner, so not too bad.
Yeah, it would have been a disaster if she missed out on both Scuttle Crabs. So as what you like to say on junglers, it is worth. Even if she flashed for it, it would have been worth. But thank goodness all she needed to do was walk up and smite. Got the kill onto the Scuttle Crab. And nice block on Braum. That's what we want to see. This Gia's Tornadoes has been so sneaky and teams have just been getting knocked out left, right and center.
Yeah, it's been pretty tough so far for most teams who didn't pick Braum to go up against GS Jada. But yeah, really, we need to see him block all the critical tornadoes, not just the random ones in lane, but the ones that are gonna send members of Kallyx flying in the air. Multiple members, in fact. So you can see here that for now, at least, Nextplay have a pretty tiny gold lead for themselves. Hellgirl is actually being shoved in here by Andy, but being on the Fiora, one of Hellgirl's classic champions, I would say, she can definitely start becoming a split pushing menace later on.
Vi went back to just straight up buy a Bramble Vest, going for that very early Guardian's Angel. You can see here, failing just a little bit compared to Jarvan, but not too bad even though she didn't buy any items at the start. And taking stock of the rest as well. Tristana already went back, got a BF Sword. Ezreal, of course, going down that mana route, and a very, very early Executioner's Calling.
Yeah, that's right. They want to get rid of as much healing as possible from the Janna Monsoon, the first fight, I would assume. Chusha Braj actually being used to clear out the wave. Not gonna have that for the fight, but Ray able to land a binding right down to Jewel, dropping her to about 400 health. And when the jungler is pretty low like that, Nextplay have the advantage in the Dragon fight. Dragon dropping to about 3,000 there. Bindings are gonna be connecting, and Braum can't block out that laser. Cataclysm at the very least was used, and Braum was able to stand
I think they should
behind
just
the
back
Ezreal.
away. Yeah, there was no reason for Braum or Ezreal to walk up, and as a result, I think they had to burn... Well, they didn't burn some of the spells, they barely got out of that, but still, it's... you really just wanted to see if KLX decide we're not gonna challenge it, it means we're not gonna challenge it, right? It's really a waste of time to hang around the jungle and get poked for nothing.
Yeah, that's right. They do manage to get some of these summoner spells out, but this is of concern, of course. Ray Ray's Lux, actually, that Braum cannot block this. So,
Yes.
as the members of Kallyx, you do need to be very careful as well, because if you get tagged up by the binding, you can still take a whole bunch of damage, and it might just be enough to take them out, considering that now Ray Ray already has the Luden's Echo to her name.
The first items on the side of Nextplay already in from that dragon, and standard Nextplay rotation. The moment they down dragon, they realize, yep, we don't need our duo at the bot side of the map. They are on the top side trying to push the lane in and secure the Rift Herald, which they will then try to use to secure the next dragon. So that's why Angela here on the top side of the map just hovering.
Yeah, that's right. Hellgirl already in the river there, just gonna poke around and see if she can get any additional information. For now, Corki is gonna try to reset. I believe Ray Ray was able to interrupt that there with a fair amount of damage. Meanwhile, Jewel actually hanging around the bot side right now, so knows that they don't actually want to contest this Herald. They're actually gonna go in there. The parry was not used by Hellgirl on the assault and battery, but Hellgirl is able to output a ton of damage onto Joel, and despite the fact that two people were at the bot lane, Hellgirl is still able to absorb this pressure right now, and her team gets a Rift Herald as a result.
The idea was there from KLX, and still hanging around here with low health. Oh, will Hellgirl be able to finish it off? Looks like, oh,
Nope. Hellgirl there is
so close.
yeah, she's pretty scary right now. The Fiora really showing an absolute mastery of the champion, and oh boy, Corki gonna get dived right now. The barrier is popped. Angel walking out of aggro range, and whoa, Braum there with a very aggressive flash forward. Not exactly the ideal move there. I would.
He was really trying to protect his turret. How about that?
I mean,
But unfortunately, it still went down.
you can block the range auto attacks, but you cannot block a Rift Herald charging straight into your
couldn't block a
tower.
Rift Herald.
I think it would be a bit too strong if you could do that.
Of course. But I think that the problem with KLX's comp, it is something different. But Corki mid versus Lux mid, Lux is the one who will get the early priority, even though later on, once Corki gets the Triforce, and I think he already completed Manamune here, it's going to scale up, it's going to ramp up, has very big potential to carry later on from the mid to late game, but right now, Lux is the one in control of that mid, and Nextplay is taking advantage of her lane priority.
And Hellgirl right now going up against Andy. The Ignite has come down as well to dissuade anything else. Hellgirl does not have her barrier, and when Andy has a Bramble Vest, it becomes just a little bit harder to take him out on that Fiora. The dragon is going to be spawning in 15 seconds, and Hellgirl backs off to head towards that one.
3,000 gold lead for Nextplay. It is almost 10 minutes, well 8 minutes in, and we still haven't seen a kill. Which, might see one here?
Yeah, we might actually see one here. That's going to be the Flag and Drag, but it did not connect. Ray Ray's walking down as well, and Allison actually pretty far forward down the Ezreal. Pretty lucky that the binding did not tag her. The package is up as well. This is going to be the Ocean Dragon right now. Who is going to pull the trigger first?
Okay, he has package.
Yeah, I think Kallyx would want to try to pull the trigger while the package is still available, because remember, it doesn't last forever. The redemptions are coming down. There's a Venn diagram there of healing and damage, and the package is coming out. What can the Corki do? The fight has already broken out. There's a lot of AoE damage there. Chabi nearly dropped. Gia already has fallen, and it looks like the first blood there and the dragon are going to be secured by Kallyx. They even get more right there. There's going to be a Guardian Angel as well from the Jarvan. Angel unfortunately has found herself in the middle of 4 members, and Kallyx are able to pick up the team fight and the dragon.
It was so risky from Nextplay. Look at the camera here. It's on Hellgirl. Hellgirl was pushing in Baron lane, and she had no intention of joining the team at all. And Nextplay knew that it was going to be a 4v5, and they also knew that Corki had package. So I think it was a big risk from them. Is it going to mean that KLX are going to take the game? Not quite yet. Nextplay is still in the lead, and still stealing things from under their nose.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I think KLX, that was a really good move. It's the first time that we saw a team actually manage to execute that against Nextplay, and I think this Braum pick is so key. That even when Nextplay tried to get them at bot, Braum was the one that blocked quite a lot of damage, and Ezreal in return managed to poke down some of the Nextplay champions. So this Braum pick has been super high value.
Absolutely, and on the side of KLX, they have a lot of poke damage themselves with the Corki and the Ezreal. That's a lot of far-range poke there. A lot of scaling as well, even though they are about 2,500 gold down right now. I believe most of that should be actually 1,000 of it is in the hands of Chabi right there, which is really interesting because I mean we can't see the CS numbers in Wild Rift, but I would assume that about 800-900 gold there is solely because Chabi has been farming more.
Yeah, 2-item power spike.
Ooh, that's an Arcane Shift right there. That's gonna be a 3-man knockup there from the Braum. Angel has no Guardian Angel and goes down.
Wow, this Braum, so aggressive. I love the pick so much. He's able to block so much damage from him. And the moment that Jarvan goes in, because Jarvan is either all in or not, or do or die, right, basically. And he punished that so well with a very well executed Braum ultimate. And Ezreal and Corki at a very good spot. It is the mid game, so this is where that they are going to peak and they are going to scale towards late.
That's gonna be the final spark to try to clear out the wave as well. Chabi doing her best, but oh wow, that Winter's Bite there is always finding its mark. Gambling X there, as you mentioned, has been pretty phenomenal on this Braum here. Always able to find those skill shots.
The Nextplay, what can they do? They are still in the lead, and it looks like they can't really go in with a Jarvan, Tristana, and Janna. What they really need is to have their mid laner group up as well, because Riri is 0-0-0. And she actually lost in terms of gold. If you look at Corki, he already has the Triforce 2-item power spike with that Manamune, while Lux is still struggling to buy that Death Cap. So if Lux manages to get a root off, she manages to pick someone off with the team, with Jarvan, chain CC, that is how Nextplay will win the fight. But for now, Lux is on the top side of the map.
Yeah, but Lux is not the only one. Chabi is here as well, and there's a flash out from Andy, respecting the damage of this Tristana right now. And Chabi is just going to continue walking forward right there. They know that there's no one else on the side of KLX to help because 3 of them are in the mid lane, but Nextplay are giving up a lot of mid lane pressure to just blow the flash off that. Garen, Gia, and the rest of the team have arrived in the mid lane, but they do sacrifice that outer turret. The dragon is coming up in 5 seconds, and you can see the resets are happening right now across the board. I believe Corki is going to pick up yet another package, and this is going to be yet another dragon fight.
Are Nextplay going to challenge this? That's the question. They are grouped up around the pit, and Corki is not there yet with the team, but no one is starting it just yet.
Yeah, they're just going to continue scaling out. They're going to give Chabi that red buff as well to help her kite even more. Dragon has been started right there. The flag will spot that out, as well as the Lucent Singularity from the Lux. Howling Gale as well to dissuade any further advances from Kallyx for now. Instead, NXP are just going to go for this 700 health turret. And actually, that's going to be an engage right there. Chabi already forced a rocket jump away. The Braum passive is now going to proc, but Jewel flashing straight in with the assault and battery. Can he find the damage? That's going to be Chabi going down, and now Nextplay Tempest are in trouble. Hellgirl has come in from the back, but that's in the middle of 4 people. That's not what you want. The final spark will not hit anyone at all on the side of Kallyx, and they've been able to pick off 2 more members right now of Nextplay. Get back on the dragon.
And Nextplay, SecureArtist, the jungler, is still up. Angela is looking.
Yeah, Angela is looking. He has the Guardian Angel as well. But Andy is going to zone Angela, just going straight in right there. The smite, where's it coming down? It's going to be the jungler from Kallyx who secures this one. And Angel sacrifices her life and her Guardian Angel for that attempt.
This entire sequence started because Nextplay, for some reason, Ray on Lux was in the top lane facing Garen, as what we saw, right? And even though she burned Garen's flash, it was a very strange lane assignment because Lux went top, Space Gamer could just focus on mid, which we saw them do, and they opened up the map from there. So by the time that Nextplay grooved up and then went to Dragon, they already lost positional advantage. And even more so, Space Gamer saw that Chubby was at bot lane and she didn't have that much protection. I believe it was either jungler. I think the jungler was poking her head in the river. And there was just not that many members around Chubby, so they saw the opportunity, they jumped on Chubby.
Yeah. Chubby, I believe, used the flash and the rocket jump and still was not able to build enough space because of the long range of the Vi ultimate there. Very nice chase there by Jewel, able to finish off that kill. And the gold gap has decreased to about 1,000 right now, and Chubby needs to be very careful about where she steps because one wrong move and she could really get just jumped on by everyone.
Yeah, kill wise, it's 0 to 6. Can you believe it? Nextplay, not a single kill in this game so far. And even though they are slightly the goal lead, it feels like the momentum is entirely on Space Gamer. Space Gamer have such bravery. They went in, they saw Chubby. You know, they've done things that other teams have not done. And I think a very key part of that is also because Nextplay do not have Galio this time around. Because Space Gamer, if they use Vi to go in and Braum is there, it's not so threatening when you don't have Galio to taunt, you don't have Galio for that retaliation.
Yes. Absolutely agreed. You look at the gold right now, Chubby's still with about a 1,500 gold lead over the Ezreal, but the Corki is the one right now on Space Gamer which has a fair amount of gold over Ray on the Lux, and that's really helping to equalize things right there. Because sure, Ezreal may not be putting out a ton of damage yet, but Corki with those 3 items is going to be doing a lot. Oh dear, Angel walking forward right there, face checking into the Ezreal, trading out some health.
And a Lux, who has a 0-0-0 scoreline at 17 minutes now, is not really where you wanted to see Ray. She also even had the early tower, remember? She's the one who pushed Corki in. She even got the first tower. They used the Herald to secure that, and yet could not translate this into any kills or any pressure in the side lane so far.
Yeah, speaking of pressure in the side lanes, it's actually Andy who's the one who is pushing Hellgirl in on that Garen. She does have the gold advantage for now. And Hellgirl is always now getting pushed in by this Garen, who actually does not have a gold lead, but is just tanky enough that he can pressure out Hellgirl without much trouble.
Nextplay here is the first time that I think we're seeing them not really on the losing side. You know, I don't think we can really say that right now. And we also cannot count them out, but it is the first time we've seen them not be in control of a game. We always see them make the early game moves, they have the momentum, they are the ones who control the tempo, but wow, this is really different Nextplay here. What will they do?
Yeah, this is the first time I'm really seeing them falter at all, really. With the 6 kill deficit, I mean, there is a small gold lead, but with the carries on Space Gamer have enough gold to be competitive as well. That's going to be the other dragon that's alive right now, and this is going to be the next point of contention most likely. And just when I say that, Nextplay are going to just pass straight up, and they're actually going to trade the Elder Dragon for the Baron. Gonna be spotted out as well. Corki does have the package if he wants to go in for a cheeky steal, and oh my goodness, it's actually Garen who steals it. That was absolutely unexpected, and Corki there with a double kill, putting out massive amounts of damage right now. Chubby, what can she do? Can she find the damage on the Corki? Looks like the answer is no. She's gonna jump forward with the rocket jump, trying to go for the Garen instead, and that is not who you want to hit. And somehow Space Gamer and Kallyx pull off that 3v5. Namhorn picking up a quadra kill for herself, and the Ace, and the Mountain Dragon, and the Baron. Nextplay Tempest, this might just be game.
Oh my gosh, I have goosebumps. That Corgi was so massive, and yeah, there's no chance to this game. So, Nextplay Tempest are out of the running. The defending champs will not be able to defend their title here in Wild Rift Open 2.
Yeah, that's right. Space Gamer Kallyx with a massive team fight at the end there. That Corki package just really burned through like 4 members of Nextplay. And the Garen ultimate, the Demacian Justice, delivered onto that Baron. That is a perfect game right there for Kallyx against Nextplay. That's so scary.
Perfect game. Look at all the KDAs. Not a single person died. And Nextplay, not a single kill found. This is so strange to see, but looks like KLX managed to find the team comp that we keep talking about, right? That teams needed to change something. They couldn't keep playing front to back, and they did not.
Yeah, look at that Corki's damage right there, showing Chabi the numbers. Look right there. Chabi really was not able to do very much in this game, despite the amount of gold that she had. If you look, she had only about 600 damage behind the Corki, but Corki was able to output more than double her damage.
And this Braum as well has been such a valuable pick, blocking all the Janna tornadoes, and he just defended so well. He kept Ezreal at bay. He protected all his carries in the early game, and it was the Vi as well as the burst damage from Corki who came through later on.
Wow. That right there. It's really unfortunate for Nextplay that happened, but of course, Space Gamer played that phenomenally, especially in the last part there where they just knew exactly when to pull the trigger. Andy, with no fear, just going in there and stealing that Baron right there. And Namhom being there to support her teammate, not just being like, okay, you go in and steal it and then you just, sacrifice your life or something. She had the commitment to go in with the package right there and just shred the members of Nextplay. That was amazing. I'm still I'm still shaking from that, I did not expect that at all.
Same. Wow, it's such a bold move from Corgi.
Yeah.
This is exactly what we wanted to see. We wanted people to have the courage to step up to Nextplay and dive on their backline. And the thing about Nextplay is that move at Baron there was also very risky. If you look at the minion waves in mid and top, before they started it, I looked at the minion waves and I was really very doubtful because they didn't push the minion waves in. And they also did not have any vision of the Baron pit on the opposite side of the wall. So they didn't know Corgi was there. They didn't know Garen was there.
Yeah. That was maybe a bit of a desperation, honestly. They saw that the mountain dragon was being started and they're like, okay, we can't contest this, so we're just gonna try to exchange it for the Baron, but unfortunately there's a no exchange policy right there on Space Gamer Kallyx, and they just say, well, we're not satisfied with one, we're gonna take both. And of course, with that amazing play right there, Space Gamer Kallyx are gonna move forward to the finals of the lower bracket right there, where they'll face off against EVOS Savage Girl, and the winner of that match will move on to the grand finals, and that's gonna be so exciting. I'm excited, Tania. I'm
Me
really
too. More
Can't
plays like
wait.
that.
Exactly, I can't wait, right? So I'm sure you guys don't want to miss it. We're gonna be going for a short break, but when we come back, it's the lower bracket finals. It's EVOS Savage Girl going up against Space Gamer Kallyx. It's gonna be a banger. You don't want to miss it. See you guys in a bit. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We're here for the lower bracket finals right now. We've got EVOS Savage Girl from Vietnam going up against Space Gamer Kallyx from Thailand in this lower bracket finals. And of course, the winner of this will proceed on to the grand finals to face off against DR Hellcats from the Philippines.
Yes, 3 representatives from each of the countries. I think Thailand and Vietnam also very high rivalries. It's going to be a very exciting match.
That's right. It's bound to be exciting. The previous one as well was, I would say, pretty close until the very last point where Nextplay were kind of drove to desperation when they took the Baron. And then they got absolutely torn apart by the Corki and Garen from the side of Space Gamer Kallyx.
And I think the opponents recognizing that Brom was such a key component to the Space Girls?
Space Gamer Kallyx.
Space Gamer Kallyx. That they banned Brom. So
Yeah.
we might see the support go something else entirely different. Might be an enchanter here. It's going to change up their playstyle, that's for sure. And already they are changing things up by first picking Ziggs and EVOS, hovering their Corki, thinking about it, because it was such a key pick for Space Gamer last game. But looks like they are going to snap up that S-tier Kai'Sa for themselves, as well as the S-tier Janna.
Yeah, and speaking of this S-tier Kai'Sa, we actually haven't seen it at all today, you know? This is the
it's
first
just very surprising.
time that we've seen it. Whoa, is that an Alistar right
Whoa!
there? Nothing can hold them back.
Oh, wow! Space Gamer
Yeah.
really changing things up. Such refreshing to see. Locking in that Alistar for the double engage with Jarvan. So gonna keep your eyes on how they play it out, and I suspect they also want priority on Ziggs, which they can have here with the Diana. But also first time seeing Diana, even though she has been nerfed on patch 2.3, but for some reason teams have not been picking her.
Yep, that's right. Oh, KLX gonna settle for that Corki again, as well as the Renekton this time.
But Corki is going bot, so a little bit different from what we saw last game. But again, changing things up with a blind pick Renekton. So it looks like Savage Girl will respond to that probably with either Gragas or Fiora. I think both of them would work fine just here.
Yeah, this is very refreshing right here to see some brand new picks here. Oh, Malphite actually is gonna be the one going into the top lane.
And one more combo on both sides. So exciting to see. Think about it. Malphite ultimate, Wukong ultimate, Diana as well going in. That is a lot of AoE.
It is a lot of AoE and a lot of knockouts, really. I think the EVOS Savage Girl have got themselves a pretty strong composition right there. Of course, on the side of Space Gamer Kallyx, they have a combo of their own with the Jarvan and Alistar to engage, Renekton going in, as well as the Corki and Ziggs just lobbing bombs and missiles. A lot of explosives they have there. I think it matches well with their logo, if you notice the Space Gamer Kallyx logo as a rocket, right? Very good thing that they're playing Corki, because you shoot a lot of missiles on Corki.
Okay, it's not going to be scaling as fast as the previous game because it is going to be a bot lane, dragon lane Corki. So it's still slightly different, but we expect Ziggs to be able to have the lane priority here against Diana. And we want to see how KLX managed to translate that instead.
That's right, we are here on the Wild Rift. It's a lower bracket finals, guys, so everything is on the line here for both these teams. They both want a shot at the grand finals. This is where they're gonna get that. Look at that Corki butt.
One of the best skins in Wild Rift and League of Legends.
Absolutely.
It looks like the junglers are starting on red side, so expect Wukong to be parting bot and Jarvan to be going to top side, which makes sense because if you think about Jarvan and Renekton, they can chain CC and their 2v2 will be able to take down that Malphite, as well as Wukong, who in the early game is not really going to do much.
Yeah. I wanted to point out as well the summoner spells right here. Both Malphite and Renekton are taking Ignite. So that is a lot more offensive stuff that going on in the top lane. In the bot lane, of course, the exhaust as well, which we don't really see too much of, but it's actually Gambling X likes to take that. Took that on Braum as well in the previous round.
Corki as well has the heal instead of barrier, so looks like they
Oh, yikes.
ooh sticking to their playstyles. How about that?
Yeah, sticking to their playstyle. Sounds about right. Isn't on the Corki. Needs to be a little careful of that large amount of damage that the Kaisa was able to put out. Now there's no more honey fruit already. So, needs to be careful, honestly.
Junglers here trading scuttle crabs on both sides of the map. Of course, as you mentioned, Renekton does have Ignite, so I want to see how Jarvan and Renekton work together in order to pressure the top side of the map. But for now, looks like both junglers are just going to continue clear out those camps because they are level 4. And at level 5, we expect to see a lot of action.
That's right. The Jarvan is in the top side. Wukong is in the bottom side of the map. And looks like Jarvan actually decides to path straight down back to the bot lane. I believe one more camp and he would be level 5 of this Krugs.
Same for Wukong.
Yes, Wukong is actually already 5. He's one camp ahead and he's the first one to move down towards the bot side. A ward was placed in the tri-brush there by the Kaisa. This lane bush is warded too, so if Wukong walks in, he's just going to be spotted out. I believe Jarvan there was not spotted out, just yet goes in with that. Oh wow, that flash over the wall and the headbutt from Gambling Eggs, showing the power of this Alistar pick right there. They're able to pick up first blood.
Well, it's a little bit strange from Jara. She was a little bit cut off from her team. She moved too far out of the range, and Wukong was just sitting in the bush, right? They knew that the one that nearer to the tower is warded, so Wukong was sitting in the unwarded bush, and they were waiting for time, but I don't know what was the plan there. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication because Jara wanted to be bait, maybe, but was just too far ahead.
Yeah, that's a fair possibility, honestly. Maybe a bit of overconfidence as well on the Janna. I mean, she didn't even have the opportunity to use her flash. Perhaps was planning on doing that instead, but just was crowd controlled repeatedly and taken out.
That said, it is much harder for EVOS Savage Girl to actually gank bot lane because Corki has his package. Well, not his package, he has his second skill, right? And he also has an Alistar. It's not going to be so easy to dive them either, so Space Gamer in a very good position.
That's right. Space Gamer out the first ones into the river right there. Very nice headbutt as well to move that Wukong away. Okay, interesting there. Use this to flag, but had to use the drag to secure that Scuttle Crab. Diana as well popped that ultimate there and missed it. The exhaust was used as well. That was a little early on the trigger there for Space Gamer, I would think. The dragon is going to be started up. I think they are not going to try for this one. Actually, they do try, but they end up paying for it with their life. That's going to be the Malphite ultimate there to take out the Jarvan.
So Jarvan risks it all for the Scuttle Crab? And then Dragon comes up and they also try to contest it, I think, reaching a bit too far.
A lot of damage coming out there from the Renekton, who I believe had the Blade of the Root King already. Used the Ignite as well. Now Ennis is going to try to jump back on, but Andy with the Slice and the Dice is going to be pretty safe.
Bit of strange decision making from both sides. I think if Space Gamer, knowing that they invested quite a lot of resources into securing that scuttle for their jungler, Jewel here on the Jarvan, there's no way that they could realistically contest that very first dragon, and it is dragon number 1, so it would have been a much better decision just to back off.
Most definitely. Space Gamer Kallyx pay for that mistake with the life of their Jarvan. And oh, gambling there for a second looked like she might go in, but she decides against it.
So since first dragon is down, that is why we see everyone here clumped up on the top side of the map, because Rift Herald will be the next objective of contention. So Corki and Alistar, and it's like 3 people on top side, something might be happening.
Yeah, that's right, there's gonna be an engagement right there, and oh, the Mega Inferno Bomb onto the Wukong clone. Oh, just Kallyx actually just trying to push EVOS off that Herald. Now they're the ones actually who have the inside track to taking down this mid lane turret, which is about 700 health. The Monsoon came out as well, and that's not enough damage at the moment. But the Rift Herald is gonna go down to Savage Girl. The re-engage coming in from Gambling onto the Wukong, but Wukong has the Guardian Angel and the decoy, so it's pretty slippery at this point. On the bot lane, Andy, they're popping that dominance. Is he gonna be able to do enough damage to take down this Malphite? Slices, dices, and goes down. It's gonna be a 1-for-1, but the blue turret, at least in the mid lane, in Space Game and Kallyx, were able to take that out.
A lot of trading of objectives here.
Gambling okay with the Protobell as well. Very interesting engage right there. This might be a little far for them. Jewel tanking up a whole bunch, but does have the Guardian Angel. Oh no, he does not actually. The Wukong is one of the Guardian Angel, and now the re-engage coming in from Savage Girl. I think Space Gamer Kallyx went a little too far on this one. Are they gonna be able to make it out alive? Gambling with the headbutt to try to make it out, but the flash in and that crescent strike there from the Diana. Now Ellison walking a little far forward, the redemption coming out as well. Andy is trying to do his very best. Andis is still alive, but Yin has been pounding away, slapping away on that Malphite with those brutal strikes. And Ellison forced the Valkyrie away once again. Will Hatsute have enough mana to land a Zephyr or something? There's not enough range. Wow, what a explosive fight right up there in the top lane.
Yeah, the thing is, we haven't seen Jarvan really connect the flag and drag. We see Alistar go in, but Jarvan is just slightly out of range for that flag and drag, and I think he also did not have flash. So couldn't really connect the chains he sees, and as a result, Space Gamer had to work with this awkward position where they're kind of like crowd controlling the enemy, but not in sequence. So EVOS Savage Girl, I think, has the momentum here, and they are in a better spot. The other reason why they got a hit is also because the Wukong managed to get the Guardian Angel earlier than the Jarvan, which allowed them to secure the Herald, and they used it to down the top tower.
Yeah, but Cloud Dragon has spawned, and Savage Girl have about 1,000 gold lead. They are also the first ones here. This Janna is fearless, just walking straight into Andy, and where did that Redacted go? Turned into a handbag instantly right there. There's gonna be a second member as well from the side of Space Game and Kallyx, who is falling, Gambling X forced to pop that ultimate right there, and the Jarvan with the GA no longer has it. There's gonna be 3 more kills for Savage Girl.
Yeah, Savage Girl, that means a free dragon, which they are already starting. Space Gamer, really, they need to play a little bit more defensively. They did lose out on the last few fights, and there's no way now that they can realistically win one against Savage Girl. So they need their items in. Looks like Corky just got his Triforce. I think that means he has a 2-item power spike, which is where they wanted to be earlier, right? But could collapse here.
Yeah, that's right. Kaisa may be a little far forward, taking a lot of damage, and the barrier is popped as well, but the combo from the Alistar is gonna land. That's gonna mean her death. Now Yin is teleported in, but teleported into what, really? A dying team? That's gonna be a flank from Diana, but really unable to do very much because Kallyx are quite healthy, while Savage Girl are pretty low, and they've actually backed away for now. Space Gamer Kallyx, the ball is in their court. Mega Inferno Bomb coming out as well. They're just trying to shove Savage Girl off this turret right now.
A lot of poke, and looks like we are having an ARAM and bot lane for some reason.
It's absolutely right. Ellison is just gonna move back to the mid lane. However, things look like they're calming down a little bit for now. Perhaps Space Gaming Kallyx might want to stay in the bot lane just to take that turret down. But Ellison going on to the Wukong, they're doing more than half of his health in damage. Valkyrie was used, and this might be a re-engage right now. Ellison does not have that W to escape. Goes down to the Kaisa, who tanks up the turret and flashes away the Monsoon as well to keep her topped up. But there is a Renekton right there. The shielding from that Janna and the Killer Instincts as well to keep the Kaisa going.
Space Gamer not that disciplined at the moment. Corky definitely has damage, but it seems like everyone is trying to reach for that much more. They're trying to carry the game, but they really need to work together to do it. They need to coordinate these engages, which we haven't seen them do cleanly just yet.
Yeah, that's right. Things have been rather messy from the side of Space Gamer Kallyx this game. Savage Girl with a 2-dragon and about 4,000 gold lead right now are looking pretty confident. The Baron is alive, and items-wise, you can see that Kai'Sa here has a very slight gold lead, but the biggest difference really is in the jungle right now. Jewel has about 2,000 less gold than the Wukong.
Yeah, Wukong with 6 assists, getting ahead, I think, about half an item ahead right now if you look at the items that have been bought. And carry-wise, however, Corki with that 2-item power spike can do a lot of work here, especially with the Renekton.
Oh wow, that Protobell right there from Gambling X. But where's the rest of the team? Nowhere, and now he gets re-engaged on, and the Kai'Sa just Killer Instinct straight into the backline. They're gonna take out this Corki, just tear him off his plane now. Gambling X, the band started it all, goes down unfortunately.
Oh, that is disaster again. The Jarvan was in mid, and now Renekton is bot, and one Alistar going in for an engage like that. Maybe you can do that when you're ahead, but you're not ahead. That was just way too risky. And if you look at the wards, there are no wards on the top side. They didn't have information on where EVOS Savage Girl was. And EVOS Savage Girl, they're just right on time at the right place and completely punish Space Gamer.
Savage Girl right now just gonna continue pushing in that mid. They have the Baron for themselves. The Ocean Dragon is coming up in 20 seconds right now, and the goal gaps have just blown wide open. Now Kai'Sa is about 1,000 over the Corki. In general, most of the lanes right now are pretty in the favor of Savage Girl, save the top lane.
Yeah, I guess Savage Girl are about half to 1 item ahead. Space Gamer really, they need to pull in the raids a bit. They cannot be overextending. They should just give up this 3rd dragon, that's fine. Focus on farming, focus on getting that additional item. It looks like they are just gonna trade the dragon for top lane turret, but
Yep.
they do not want to stay for that long unless they are
Oh,
racing against each
they-
other.
Ooh, well, actually, there's gonna be a... Oh, there's actually a teleport right there from the Malphite to kind of stop their advances, and just like that, Space Gamer and Kallyx, they have no time to rotate down. They're gonna be losing at least 2 turrets from this.
Now, if Space Gamer wants to come back from this,
Uh-oh.
you would think that a teleport behind enemy lines from a Renekton can be pretty scary. But Malphite?
Yeah, this Malphite right now, he's just playing with his food right there. He single-handedly stopped the 3 members of Space Gamer from going back to defend their base, and that honestly might just cost them the game. The Nexus right now dropping to about 3,000. Keep your eyes on where the Kai'Sa is hitting, but the Nexus actually is being tanked up by that Kai'Sa. Maybe not the best move right there. Nexus dropping to 22 health, and they have got it right there. Savage Girl gonna pick up the win. They're gonna move to the grand finals for a rematch against the Dr. Hellcats.
Congratulations, EVOS Savage Girl. Vietnam represent. Philippines also represent in the grand final. That Malphite, I think, must have been the MVP because
Yeah.
he bought so much time. He was beating out KLX, and in the end, he used his unstoppable force to get over the wall, and that was just enough time for them to end the game.
That's right, Yin there doing a phenomenal job, knowing the objective right there is to be to really, you could say, catch Space Gamer Kallyx between a rock and a hard place, you know.
Ah, yes. But look at here, the numbers. KLX, you know, it wasn't their team composition. We looked at this during the draft and we said, wow, massive amount of AoEs. They can chain so many crowd controls together. Imagine if Jarvan manages to trap some of them and Ziggs just layers it with his ultimate. That would have been so huge. And we also wanted to see Jarvan snowball the Renekton because Renekton was doing work. You look at the numbers here, he did even more work than Ziggs. 12,000 damage in total. But it didn't happen.
Yeah, that's right. It was really just a kind of a not ideal execution from the side of Space Gamer Kallyx there. A lot of Gambling X going in when the rest of her team was not there. Ellison overdiving as well, always using the Valkyrie very offensively to fly in, but never actually able to get out, because there's so many times when you see Ellison Valkyrieing in and then can't finish off that kill, and then kind of stuck in the middle of everyone and going down.
Yeah, I think KLX will really try to carry it, like trying to step up because they knew they were behind. But unfortunately, things got really messy, and in the end, EVOS were the ones. They played it really well.
Absolutely, and that means that EVOS Savage Girl, again, they're gonna be moving forward to the grand finals, which is a BO3 against Dr. Hellcats. It's gonna be Vietnam versus the Philippines. Okay, Tanya, quick take here. Who do you think is gonna win?
Vietnam versus Philippines. I think we will probably see 3 games.
Mhm.
But I think with the momentum that EVOS has right now, it could carry them to a victory because they have to be feeling really good about this win, right? And Dr. Hellcats, we have not seen them play since yesterday.
Mhm.
So in terms of adrenaline, maybe not quite there, but they
Yeah.
do have a lot of info on these teams. They have been looking at the lower bracket. They can see the meta, they can see what people have been betting, what they have been picking. And Galio so far being banned out, I think it's a very key champion that they have to take away from the board because Galio has given the lower bracket team so many victories.
Mhm. Absolutely. I feel like whoever I feel like whether it depends on whether Savage Girl can deal with the Akali in the mid lane. Either if they read it and they choose to ban it, or if they have a secret counter that they are preparing for it. Really, I think that will dictate whether the Hellcats are able to take the game or whether it's gonna be Savage Girl who are gonna win this BO3. But of course, we're gonna be going for a break. But when we come back, it's gonna be the grand finals, and it's gonna be the Hellcats going up against EVOS Savage Girl. It's gonna be really exciting, ladies and gentlemen. You do not want to miss it. See you guys in a few. Hello there, everyone, and welcome back to the FSL Wild Rift Open 2 presented by Intel and supported by Yahoo. We are now here for the grand finals. We've got EVOS Savage Girl going up against DR Hellcats.
And it is going to be the best of 3. We have been watching a lot of best of 1s, both in the upper bracket and the lower bracket. Now we'll finally have a series in the grand final.
Yep, that's right. It's DR Hellcats who are from the Philippines and EVOS Savage Girl who are from Vietnam, the best team in Vietnam, in fact. So it's definitely going to be very exciting. Now, I just want to talk really quickly about the bans since we're not in the draft yet. They already have banned, DR Hellcats banned out the Ziggs and the Lee Sin, but EVOS importantly banned out the Braum as well as the Akali, the pick that Rogue is so well known for.
Yeah, she was so good on that champion. We saw yesterday pulling out the stops, pulling out the moves, but good bans, I would say. Recognizing that they don't want the mid laner on a comfort champion. So I don't know, Gerard. I'm still looking forward to seeing Jungle Fizz, Rengar, Darius, Pantheon. The
Yeah.
list goes on. And if you watch Icon series in the Philippines, it was really in the grand final when all of these off-meta picks started to come in. Some of them were meta because of patch 2.3, of course, but we even had Soraka support. I mean, what's stopping teams from doing that, right? So
Yeah.
it is the final stop of Wild Rift Open 2, and the teams have no longer, they don't have anything to hide. So I
Yeah.
want them to go all out and change up these drafts.
That's right. All the cards are on the table already at this point for both the Hellcats as well as EVOS. So I'm very, very excited to see what they bring to the table. But of course, you know, the bans, some of the usual suspects are available. Of course, we've got things like Galio, we've got things like Camille, Vi, Jarvan, Corki. All these things are still available for teams to pick if they want to. But of course, I'm really excited to see so many of these other picks they talked about.
And so far, Corki mid has been more successful compared to Corki at the Dragon lane. I mean, it's also because Corki mid, you allow him to scale a lot faster, even though he may not necessarily win out that early laning phase. But if you have Corki in mid and you have a safe AD in bot, it's very hard to gank them, which is why it's probably better to put Corki in mid to let him reach that 2-item power spike a lot faster.
Yep, that's right. We are into the draft, and Dr. Hellcats have got the Jarvan for themselves, and EVOS Savage Girl have opted for the Kai'Sa and the Janna.
Looks like they are sticking to what they shown in the last game. At Hellcats, a lot of CC, a lot of wombo combo potential right here with Jarvan, and if they lock in this Camille, yep. It's
Yep,
gonna
that's right.
have 2 AoEs that will lock people in place.
Yeah, it's most likely going to be a Gragas mid as well, so you're going to see the AP Gragas coming out. On the other side of EVOS Savage Girl, they continue with the Wukong and this Diana pick as well.
Yeah, very happy to see Diana here. Sure, her health got a little bit nerfed and some of her damage, but she's still an S tier pick compared to any other mid laner. She's still extremely strong. Even though she wasn't when she first came up, but the buffs really did her a lot of good. It looks like for the bot lane, we will be getting Xayah and Lulu on the side of Hellcats, so bit of a Chanter support. Quite defensive if you think
Yep.
about it. Xayah does need to scale, and she also has her ultimate to save her from things like the Diana, the Malphite, and the Wukong.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Yin once again on this Malphite to just be that rock for her team. We saw in the previous game how she was able to stop the recalls really and allow her team to end the game. So pretty effective there. Although she did not land any massive unstoppable forces, she was an unstoppable force in her own right.
They also have a lot of wombo combo for themselves. As you said, the Malphite again and the Wukong. So they're gonna have to watch their synergy because you don't really want Janna to blow targets away, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be Wukong, Diana, and Malphite going in at the same time while Janna peels back for that Kai'Sa. On the opposite side of the map, looking at the AD carries, Kai'Sa as well as Xayah, they both need a little bit of items to come online. So this Gragas here, it's not the tank Gragas as you mentioned, it is going to be that mid lane AP Gragas. It looks like Rogue took a page out of the Wild Rift Icon series in the Philippines because this is exactly what happened in the Grand Final.
Yeah, Rogue likes to play these melee burst champions. When Akali is down, you know, you can pick up that Gragas for not exactly the same effect, but you can still go in and absolutely delete someone if they're out of position.
And AP Gragas is not that common, but in the right hands, I believe it was Team Amihan who used this and flexed into mid. So we're gonna have to keep our eyes on what Rogue is going to do.
And that's right, both junglers are going to be starting at the red buff right now. So that signals that it's more than likely that the jungler from Savage Girl is going to head down to the bottom lane, while the jungler from Dr. Hellcats is probably going to path towards top lane. I believe he was actually spotted out there by a very nice ward there that Hasuke placed down.
Jarvan and Emil does have quite a strong 2v2 if they can chain their crowd control. And Rogue here, already showing Diana why she is boss.
Yeah, that's right. I think Jarvan and Gragas also have a very strong 2v2 because they too have a fair amount of crowd control. And Diana, being that kind of squishy melee champion that she is, could be placed in a very vulnerable spot if she goes in a little too deep.
And Yin on that Malphite sticking to ignite once again, like what we saw in the previous game. Even though we didn't really see it in action, but still, you know, no more exhaust as well. Looking at the summoner spells, everyone opted for barrier this time around, while the supports go for heal.
Yep, then they are gonna pick up that top side scuttle, and oh, perhaps a gank coming in right now. Ennis is not gonna get hit by that flag and dragon. That means that she's gonna be alright.
Speaking of which, looking at Gragas also has that phase rush, which was introduced in patch 2.3.
Okay. Yin may be in a little bit of trouble right now. That DR is gonna pick up this camp and pick up that ultimate, and critically that's before Malphite finds her own level 5. On the bot lane, Queen and Vambi are just gonna shove this one in. That's a level 5 on the Jarvan. Let's see if there's any execution on top lane. Looks like the pings are to back off, and rightfully so. Then we are just gonna go for another camp.
Yin managed to put out a ward, so she had full information if Jarvan was going to dive her. I think she's gonna back off. And look at the junglers, they are hovering on top side, but Greg is going to go back, so I don't think anything is gonna happen so far. And Wukong here, still level 4 as well. Not quite sure why she's trying to...
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. It was pretty much
Okay.
pretty much one creep away from leveling up. So I guess that's one way to get your camps. Yeah, and to
because
be fair,
there were no camps on the
yeah.
map. Jarvan took the Krugs.
Yep, that's right, and took the Raptor camp as well actually. So
Yeah.
not too much of a choice there.
With that information, some trading going on in mid, but I
Yeah.
don't think any of them have kill pressure. Both of
Yep.
them have barrier as well, and realistically, I think they would need at least their first item to really burst someone down. So Gragas only has components, and so does Diana, looking for that Rod of Ages.
Yep, that's right. The dragon is going to be spawning in 15 seconds right now, and no one has a complete item except Zaya, who rushed a mortal reminder. Wow. That's
Wow.
not something that you see every day there.
Yeah, we usually see them build Executioner's Calling if they are worried about the healing that's coming in. But I'm not so sure. Zaya with the first item, I feel like it's not gonna give her enough oomph, you know?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Fight.
I get what you mean. I absolutely agree with that. I don't know why just getting Executioner's Calling was not enough for Queen, but we're gonna see whether this is gonna be effective or not in this potential fight right now. EVOS are the first ones to the Dragon Pit. They have the Scuttle Crab as well for themselves, and they're gonna start it up for now.
They have a ward over the pit as well, so eyes on Javan.
Yep, that's right. Javan also has 2 wards in the pit for himself. Takes the Lulu speed up as well, but it looks like it's actually the Kaiser who's caught out of position right now. The Honey Fruit, can she take it? Is able to do so, but Tania still claims first blood regardless. Looks like they're going to be trading the dragon for that first blood right now. Rogue is going to be going in, but Rogue has no mana. What is going to happen? This Gragas, all he can do is auto attack, but the Wukong still goes down regardless. Here we examine the trees, and we're back to the action once again, which is generally calming down. And this is gonna try to defend this one here. It's gonna get polymorphed up the Monsoon as well to kind of dissuade any further advances.
Wow, okay, so Monsoon exhausted to save the turret. I think that's fair. Hellcats, looks like the jungler Den just realized that, alright, let's not try and steal this, let's not sacrifice our lives. Instead, they jump on the Kaiser at bot lane, because she was not in position with her team. But on the other hand, you know, EVOS as Savage Girl, looking at that, recognizing the situation, I feel like they could have just backed off. They didn't really need to sacrifice any more lives. They didn't need to sacrifice their health bars either. And oh, Den.
Yeah, Den gonna be shoved off this Scuttle Crab right there. He's gonna be able to smite it. Scuttle Crab, the Stone Blade. Oh no, the smites as well. Not exactly too sure who got that, but that's a very nice explosive cast into a 2-man knockup right there. Wukong and Janna's health bars are really low. Malphite coming in with a 1-man attack onto Den. The Unstoppable Force and the Kai'Sa dashing in with the Killer Instinct. Can they find the return kill? Rogue right now has no mana again. This has been a problem in the previous fight as well. Still is able to survive, takes the Honey Fruit, gets some mana back. Queen was able to fire out a lot of damage as well during that time, and EVOS are actually sticking around there, going into the re-engage. That's going to be the Feather Storm. Where is the pullback onto the Diana, and she gets deleted off the face of the earth right there. Rogue is going to claim that kill, and now EVOS, their health bars are blinking, but so are the health bars of the Hellcats. They're going to be able to pick up that Rift Herald right there, and they're going to be able to pick up Rogue as well. Queen stepping really far forward. But while all this is happening, Jones has actually been pushing. Queen goes down off screen there too. The Janna Vambi as well, very low, I believe, has to try to run away, and that's going to be a double kill for the Janna, scoring that one with the Zephyr there. Savage Girl picking up more kills and the Rift Herald as well.
That was a long exchange, but it was a very nice exhibition of micro. Both teams were trying to peel back. We saw the initiators go in, and Kai'Sa almost overstepped, went in with her ultimate, but still, everyone showing how well they know their champions, knowing the limits. Both teams trying to peel back, but in the end, Janna with that double kill means that she's gonna get Ardent Center a lot earlier than her counterpart for Lulu, which means that she can empower this Kai'Sa a lot more. We're gonna have to see how she translates this lead, this item lead, over her opponent. But at the same time, as you mentioned, while all that was happening, Jonas on this Camille was just taking down bots, so free farm, free experience, level 9 ready. I want to see how she uses the side lane pressure.
That's right, Yin is gonna be holding on to this tower right now. 3 members from the Hellcats are up here. That's gonna be a nice polymorph there. Maybe looking for the engage. Yin does have the ultimate, but chooses not to pull the trigger just yet. Dan was able to sneak out that Scuttle Crab as well, getting some vision of Savage Girls rotate.
Watch the lane assignments though. Hellcats deliberately put Xayah at bot lane. And she's been getting some pre-farm here.
Yep. Is that
And at
a
the same time,
Janna there in the top lane alone?
what is going on?
Yeah, that's not probably not the best lane assignment from a Savage Girl there. But the dragon is going to be coming up and the resets are happening once again. Savage Girl, however, are going to be able to get themselves mid prio with that Rift Herald.
Plastic play using the Rift Herald to create pressure in mid so that they can get a better position and then jump onto this second dragon.
Yeah, the dragon dropping to about 3,000. That's going to be explosive cast. Jarvan is already going in. The dragon is ticking down. Who is going to be able to get this smite? It's actually going to be Kai'Sa. That's a 3-man cataclysm as well. Xayah go, but wow, that's a very nice knockup there from the Wukong. But the rest of the team is forced to deal with that Camille on the backline. Wukong is trying to kill off everyone, and Rogue is able to pick up the first kill of this fight. The advances are stopped, however, by that Howling Gale from the side of EVOS. And now it's their turn to bite back. That's going to be the Malphite bowling ball going forward. It's going to slow down Bebby, and Ennis is going to go in with that Crescent Slash as well. Can she find the dash? I believe does not have it. Bebby is running for her dear life right now. There's the dash onto that red buff, and Ennis is going to be able to clean up that kill.
So the idea from Hellcats was to punish EVOS. Right? Even though they lost the dragon, they tried their best to punish all the AoEs and the spells came through. But it's just that EVOS are that much ahead, right? For the last few team fights, they got the momentum. They have some item leads, which is why I think Hellcats may have been better just backing off. They didn't really need to let the game snowball out of control, because with that fight, with 2 dragons, EVOS has the momentum, they have the tempo, and now they are in complete control.
Yeah, that's right. Then yeah, still trying to take away that Skull Crab is able to do so. Rogue still dealing a fair amount of damage there on that Gragas. But for now, it is EVOS who are the ones with more turrets, really. The Hellcats only have space in the bottom side, and that's not really going to help you out when you have a Baron on the map and no dragons.
Hopefully we can take a look at the items. There it is. There, the Ardent Sensor completed on Lulu and Janna with that much more gold. Also probably working towards, is that a Frozen Heart?
It could be. I also wanted to point out that Diana has 2 completed items already at this point, the Rod as well as the Rabadon, so she's going to be doing a lot of damage. Kai'Sa also ahead by about 1,000 gold, and therefore can hold on to a Blade of the Ruined King for himself.
And the discrepancy in the jungle is that Jarvan did not rush GA. He has that Black Cleaver which was buffed on patch 2.3, which they are playing on now. But of course it means that Wukong can be that much reckless, and he has been in the last few fights because of the items.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
Hellcats are not out yet. They just need to pull back a little. It's only about 2,000 or less gold difference.
Yeah.
Right, and the items are coming in. Camille has that 2 item power spike. Gragas on the way there as well. And Xayah, well, even though she rushed to complete that Executioner's Calling really early for that auto reminder, does have Infinity Edge, but she needs the crit. She needs some attack speed.
Yeah, Yin, they're forced to flash. Jones is just gonna continue to chip away at that turret, but for now the Hellcats are the ones with control over the top side, because Kai'Sa and Janna are all the way at the bottom. That means that they can execute right now. They're gonna use that explosive cask and the cataclysm onto this Wukong, who's gonna escape with just a sliver of health, and just like that, the Hellcats came so close, but just not close enough.
Oh, that must be painful. We thought it was a sure kill, but it was just under the turret, and the turret is so low.
Okay, what's going on here? They're trying to jump onto Hasute. That was going to use the monsoon to push them away. That's the teleport coming in from Yin as well. That's when they know they need to leave. The Unstoppable Force may not be available, but it really doesn't matter because the Malphite is a huge tank in the front right now. He's charging down. The Kai'Sa landing a lot of damage as well. That Void Seeker, they're not going to hit anything, but still Hellcats, their health bars are nowhere to be seen.
Very close on both sides. Everyone just escaping with a sliver of health. but with that pressure, with that lowered health bars, and forcing Hellcats to retreat, just a free third dragon for EVOS.
Yeah, then choosing not to do the drag part of the flag and drag combo there, luckily. Really right
Just
now,
need to down towers because
yeah.
in this area here, they tried to 4v1 in Wukong, but because the tower was still standing, they could have done that a lot better and pressured the tower, take it down, and then jump on the champions.
Yeah, but at the very least for the Hellcats here, Jones is doing a pretty good job split pushing. So they have that going for them, if nothing else at all. Then it's just gonna be forced away by this Malphite right now, who has a whole ton of armor, I'm sure. At the very least, the Black Cleaver is gonna help out with that. But still, forced to be reckoned with there. Yep, 266 armor, by the way.
Frozen
Yikes.
Heart already completed.
Yeah. That's a lot of armor. They're gonna reduce about 75% of the Hellcats damage, or maybe even more. This is gonna be a Janna and the Kai'Sa going up against Jones right now, but the rest of the team is moving up as well. Monsoon is available, and so is the Killer Instincts, and so the Hellcats decide not to go in just yet. But now they're gonna be going on to the Kai'Sa here. Can the Monsoon be enough? Kai'Sa turning invisible, trying to kite this one out, and the auto attacks are landing. Jones is actually gonna be the first one to fall. Rogue is forced to go golden as well, but now they're split up. Janna is not there, but that's still gonna be 2 kills in a 2v5 right there. Finally, Kai'Sa has gone down, but here comes the rest of the team. Ennis is gonna clean up. Queen is gonna clean up Vabi as well, and just like that, the Hellcats, I don't think Jarvan's gonna be able to make it out. This one, Den is gonna fall down, and it's going to be Malphite Yin who picks up that kill. It's gonna be an ace for Savage Girl.
And with that ace, it's gonna be a free Baron. Hellcats losing a lot of control of the game. Even though things calmed down quite a bit just now, but you can see why. They can't take single targets out. Kai'Sa going at that, even though she was 1v3, her ultimate, her shield, and the heals from Janna. The item discrepancy is playing out in these team fights. And it's so tough for Hellcats. They probably just needed to wait a little bit more before they decide to engage again. And not to mention, you talked about the side lane pressure from Camille. But the thing is that no matter what Camille does, Yin on the opposite side on Malphite is going to keep finding these engages on 5v5. They're going to force a 5v4 onto Hellcats. And that's exactly what they've been doing.
Yeah, and it's been really, really hard right now. As you can see that in the previous fight, right? They managed to land the Hextech Ultimatum. They managed to land the Cataclysm onto the Kai'Sa, but just with one Janna, she was able to kite them out and buy so much time, take down 2 people in a 2v5, right? Giving Savage Girl enough time to rotate the rest of their members up. Even though Hellcats had like nearly a picture-perfect engage there onto the Kai'Sa, that's a pretty big problem.
And with Barret, it's just going to be standard plays. Yin, though.
Yeah, Yin just gonna use the Ignite there to shove Jones
So that's
away.
what the Ignite was for.
Yeah, for added pressure, I guess.
To reduce the healing from
Yes.
Camille that she gets from her second skill as well as Conqueror. Not to secure kills, but to pressure the laner.
To be fair, it's not even to reduce the healing, because at this point Malphite does possess a Thornmail, so it's really just for intimidation, you know.
Intimidation.
The intimidation factor.
Hellcats struggling. It's a 9,000 gold difference, and
Yep.
Elder is here.
Yep, that's right. This is the Elder Cloud Dragon that has spawned right now. Savage Girl are the first ones to the party. The Hellcats are just gonna try to push out mid right now. They haven't even downed the tier 1 turret for the Hellcats yet, so that's a bit of trouble right now that they're having. Savage Girl are gonna be able to start up this dragon. Keep your eyes on the Kai'Sa. That's where most of the damage on Savage Girl is. Gotta see if Hellcats can even catch her out. Yin doing the zoning right here. Gragas does get vision at the very least. That's gonna be the Blast Cone as well. Who gets that? Dragon's gonna be Wukong, and the fight has broken out. That's Jarvan there trapped in the pit, and Yin is just gonna flash straight after. And now, look at that. EVOS just flashing over the wall. They don't care anymore. They're just gonna be going straight for the kills. Forget about peeling back or whatever. They only know one way, and that way is in.
The thing is, Camille is cutting off the wave, but it's only in mid. She can't cut off the wave on the top lane. But Xayah is still alive, so Hellcats are hanging in here.
Yep, but Xayah does not have that Feather Storm. The Malphite ultimate is nearly up. And you know what? Xayah really doesn't matter when Kai'Sa is just so fed there, just taking her out. Jones, just trying to pad the goal a little, you know, by taking a turret back there. But that's going to be Savage Girl picking up the first game in this BO3 series.
And they take the lead, and it's not over yet. Hellcats, they drafted a wombo combo team composition that we didn't really see come online. They also opted for Camille, which Savage Girl intentionally countered with that Malphite. So instead of the split push that Camille could have done, they were very, very much pressured by the 5v4 situation that EVOS created.
Yep, that's right. EVOS playing the map really, really well and just able to snowball their carries there. You can see Kai'Sa with about 5,000 more gold than her counterpart, doing a really good job. Of course, the MVP did go to Hasute on the Janna, who did a phenomenal job as well protecting the Kai'Sa and just being an overall nuisance, really peeling Rogue off her team.
That double kill really helped her out a lot. Sometimes you want the early kills and the early goal to go at your support so they can get their items a lot faster, their Ardent Sensor and Convergence from her as well.
Yes, throwback to the Ardent Sensor meta in...
So damage-wise, as expected, Kai'Sa, of course, leading her team with 24,000. But not to count out Rogue, you know, she really tried her best on this AP Gragas. But it's just that things were falling apart left, right, and center in the bottom lane and the top lane. This Jarvan pick so far that we've seen today in the jungle has not been working out for teams. It's also an item discrepancy where he doesn't rush Guardian Angel. It was the Wukong who rushed Guardian Angel, which allowed her to play a lot more aggressively.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, Black Cleaver is good, but I don't think it's optimal to rush it, especially when you are Jarvan and you need to go in there and really buy time, because the Guardian Angel, that like 3 or 4 seconds where you're down is really time where your team can move in and collapse and re-engage. But while just getting the Black Cleaver second means that you're basically conceding all these early fights. We saw the Wukong go in, Cyclone, go down, come back up, and Cyclone again to provide even more crowd control for our team.
So looking towards game 2, EVOS, if they want to stick to what they've been showing this Janna, they've been showing Kai'Sa, they've been showing Diana, it's been working out very well for them. So if they want to stick to their guns and continue on in game 2 with this, there's no loss, right? The risk is not there. But for Hellcats, they might want to rethink this. The moment that Rogue is not on a Kali, the moment that Rogue is not a hit, what then, right? What can they do? They're so reliant on their mid laner.
Yeah, that's very true right there. Very scary position right now for the Hellcats because they need to think of a solution. It doesn't look like EVOS are going to give them that Akali, so they need to think of an alternate way to take back this game because it is a BO3. So that means that we are on match point right now where if Savage Girl takes the next game, then they take the entire series. They are officially the winners of Wild Rift Open 2. But Hellcats, if they can find a strategy to bring them back, then we're going to be going to a game 3. Anyway, we're going for a short break. After this break, of course, it's going to be game 2. It could be the last game of the Wild Rift Open 2. It may not be. Of course, if you're a Hellcats fan, you don't want it to be the last game. And if you're a Savage Girl fan, you'll want to see them take this 2-0. Anyway, we're going for that short break. You do not want to miss out on the next game. See you guys in a few. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift Open 2. We're here and the grand finals. This is, of course, presented by Intel and supported by Yahoo. We're here right now. It's match point. Savage Girl have picked up one win in this series right now. And of course, in the next game, it is really the Hellcats' last chance to get a win. If not, then that's going to mean that Savage Girl are going to be the champions.
That's right. It is only a best of 3, so there's no second chances here. It is the grand final. Hellcats were in the upper bracket, so they are the ones who have been waiting for EVOS to come up. And EVOS had to fight through a little bit of the lower bracket, went all the way to the grand final, and now they are here. They edged out all the other teams. And it's also, I think, the first time that we're having a Vietnam versus Thailand grand final.
It's actually Vietnam versus Philippines.
Oh, sorry.
Hellcats are from the Philippines. That's all right. It's all right. It's all good.
3 of the countries were in the
Yeah.
semifinals, and now we're finally here. For Hellcats, really, what can they change up? Because Rogue was phenomenal on Akali, and the bans have come in. She is not allowed on this champion. She's
It is
just not
the
allowed.
exact
So
same band.
can she then get priority for Diana, maybe? For her to make some sort of plays, for her to get a hit? Because they tried that on Gragas, but it just didn't work out. So
Yeah,
we really need to snowball that mid lane.
yeah, they definitely need to snowball that mid lane for now. It's gonna be Savage Girl picking up that Kaisa again that's been doing so much work for them. The Hellcats opt for the Jarvan again, and the Janna as well. And Nami. Savage Girl.
My favorite champion, yes. Some are saying that she is sleeper OP because enchanters have been up there, right? And if you think about once Janna is gone, a lot of teams here have been picking Lulu.
Ooh.
But actually, Nami could just be right up there as well. And are we going to see the Pantheon? I've been asking for this for
Yeah,
so
there
long.
we go. You're gonna get that
Yay.
Pantheon. Now the question is who's the one who's gonna be piloting it? Is it going to be a Pantheon mid? Is it gonna be a Pantheon top? We're gonna find out soon enough. Oh!
Oh no, are we gonna get this too? Yes, we get a Fizz.
Yeah, it's gonna be a Fizz, although I'm not sure if it's gonna be a jungle Fizz. It could be. It could also be a mid
There's a
lane
lot of
Fizz.
flexing coming here.
Yeah.
So we don't really know
Hey.
where all these champions are going, but it opens up so much possibilities. And if you do put Pantheon in the top lane, it's not going to be so good against Malphite, right? So maybe is it gonna be in the mid lane instead? And it's gonna be a Galio? Wait, what's going on here?
For now, it looks like it's probably gonna be a Pantheon going up against Fizz in mid, maybe. And then the Malphite. I mean, Yin has been top on Malphite for ages, really.
Yes.
So I think that's gonna be that's pretty confirmed. So it's gonna be a Fizz mid, and it's going to be
Might be Pantheon top 2, just with
Yeah,
the Ignite.
Wait, I don't.
But
know
it
something
is
as
Jonas. Right? Jonas is on it. Top lane Pantheon with
Yeah,
Ignite against Malphite. Gonna have to rely a little bit here on the jungler to visit that lane. Because once Malphite gets his armor items in, just that natural tankiness, it's not so great for Pantheon.
Yeah.
Of course, the Pantheon, once they hit level 5, has the opportunity to ult across the map with Galio.
Yeah,
So that's gonna be really interesting.
I also wanted to point out that they actually subbed out Rogue for their other mid laner 816, who's playing this Galio right there in the mid lane. So bringing in the substitute, because while Rogue is more known for playing these damagey type champions, and 816 is gonna be the one who's gonna take this Galio in the mid lane. So a change of strategy really from the Hellcats. Slight changes as well from Savage Girl, who pick up that Fizz in the mid lane.
It tells us that maybe Rogue's champion pool might have been better for assassins, as what you mentioned. They really needed some change here. Galio and Jarvan have a good combo.
Yep, that's right. They're going in for an invade potentially. Just gonna charge up that tornado there.
So some lane swaps going on. We do see this sometimes happening in pro play where they send the dual lane not to Dragon but actually to mid, because I think it also gets the jungler a hit. Jarvan had to poke his head, they disrupted the enemy jungle for a while, they made EVOS react. But then now Jarvan just gonna take that blue buff, and Janna and Tristana gonna try and get as much they can out from mid, because Galio versus Fizz not the best matchup, especially since Fizz has been buffed this patch 2.3 and also the patch before, really. Playful's Trickster is a lot lower cooldown, he has more mana regen. So Fizz is in actually a very, very good place, and I feel like they are trying to curb Fizz. They're not trying to let him get level 5 so easily.
Yeah, most definitely. That's gonna be the case. Fizz, however, as mentioned, his Playful Trickster cooldown was lowered, so it should be more alright and safer. But wow, look at what's happening here. Jones is actually jumping onto Hasute there. Hasute taking a lot of damage. Uses the heal as well. Jones with just a sip of health. Oh no! Oh no! Feels bad. Oh no! There's gonna be a Wukong there, finally coming up to clean up that kill. Jarvan is gonna be trying his best to avenge his teammate, but Wukong with that flash is gonna be out. Alright, it's gonna be a 1-for-1 there, but Hellcats actually the ones picking up the first blood.
There's so much roaming from the supports here. You're not really sure where the supports will show up. Overall, Pantheon with that first kill will be feeling quite good about it.
Most definitely.
Meanwhile, Hellcats just keeping this fist down. They're so adamant. They're just putting this Tristana here to wave clear to push him out, force him into the turret, not allowing him to roam. Because you imagine if they did standard lanes, this could very well threaten their dual lane.
Yes. Most definitely. You can see 4 members of the Hellcats moving towards the bot side. Looks like they might be actually going for a swap right now. Gonna move 816 into the mid lane.
It's really whoever can collect the wave. So the moment that Triss push, they got the priority and then they move towards bot, and then Galio as well push, and then he collects the mid lane farm. And now with a good time to reset because Tristana is level 5, there she goes, she buys BF sword, and Execution is calling. Wow! Jonas making great use of the first blood.
Yeah, went down to the solo kill there, didn't take the honey fruit, unfortunately. So Yin, I guess kind of facing the music for picking that ignite over the barrier when going up against this early damage that is Pantheon. Potentially caught out. That's a very nice bubble there. Well, oh wow, Jones picked up that Black Cleaver already.
Very nicely done. That's exactly what we wanted to see for a really long time. But finally it's here, Black Cleaver buffed across the board. Additional 5 attack damage, even more armor reduction and stacks. It's just so good on this Pantheon. And I don't think Malphite is in a good place anymore. You can see Yin probably needs to roll. Probably needs to force these 5v4s because if she continues laning against Pantheon, Pantheon is just gonna plow ahead.
Yeah, Pantheon can just shred whatever armor the Malphite buys right now. But there's gonna be an engage coming in, the Galio ultimate as well. A lot of damage being taken there by Dead, but he's still alive. The rest of the team is coming in though. ESG are the ones who have the higher health bars, and Ennis is gonna find that first kill. Can he find any more? The Tristana started to attack, but here comes Jones. It's on the Pantheon and he instantly gets stunned up. However, he's gonna be able to jump back in and wow, that damage there, just bursting that Nami down. And just with ESG look like they were in a good spot, they're the ones who have fallen.
A little bit messy there because... Oh, hang on.
Hello there, Yin coming in a little late there. Does have the ignite, does use it as well, but unfortunately used the unstoppable force on the highest health target there. Not ideal.
Both Baron laners were late to the fights. This is not what I wanted to see from Hellcats because even though they are in the lead, you must realize that all the gold is on Pantheon. So Pantheon dropping in late in the fight is not what they wanted.
Yeah, that's right. Fizz as well was able to pick up 2 kills. So that can kind of help Savage go out a bit. But wow, look at that damage onto the Kaisa right there. That's a killing spree. The health bars are just vanishing right now for EVOS Savage Girl. Fizz unable to find a single kill. I think they at least got the dragon. But still, that's a triple kill there. The Hellcats have got themselves an ace.
And that is an ace and so beautiful. This is exactly what we wanted to see in the fight before. Even though Hellcats delayed it, but I think they realized, yeah, we need our Pantheon with us. You cannot start a fight without Pantheon. And with that, they also... Well, no, they lost the dragon actually. Cloud Drake went over to EVOS, but nonetheless, they need Pantheon to group up with them because he burst down those squishy champions so quickly.
Yeah, he really tore Hasute apart. The Nami was just turned straight into sashimi on the spot. That was disgusting damage coming out from Jones. At the very least, EVOS are able to take that Rift Herald and they're most likely going to be able to open up the mid lane, but in exchange for that, the Hellcats have just started to push down bot and they themselves have a Tristana, and that means that the bot lane turret no longer exists.
That's it. There's no one on the top side of the map, which is why EVOS are rotating there. Jarvan?
Yep. Alone though. Dan gonna be able to land that combo, uses the stone plate as well. But now that Savage Girl are in top, Hellcats are in mid. This is just a huge game of cat and mouse right now.
For sure, but it looks like they are gonna back off because they know that EVOS can come from behind, and Tristana just avoiding that.
Yeah. Absolutely, very close stuff there, and is still trying to walk in and maybe pick up any stragglers, but Hellcats, respecting their opponents, they back off.
EVOS are down by about 5,000 to 6,000 gold right now. Really, this Nami pick, when you think about Navi, it's all about the timing on her ultimate. Because as a Nami main, as a Nami like almost one trick in Wild Rift, you see Pantheon coming in, you see Jarvan coming in, as well as Galio flying in. You need to time that tidal wave so precisely. And if she steps too far forward, she also got bursted out by Pantheon. So it's really on the Nami to help her Kai'Sa peel off all these AoEs, as well as work with Wukong, because they can control these fights with Wukong as well as Fizz and Malphite's ultimate. Not necessarily entirely for the engage, but also a counter engage.
Dragon is not up yet, but Hellcats are moving down to get some vision of the river. They are the ones in control of the game right now, looking at those items there. Tristana with the Infinity Edge and the Executioner's Calling, as well as the Kirshai's Shard. At least that's how I think you pronounce it. But 3-0 and 5 with about 800 gold. It's a pretty comfortable lead there for Queen. Oh.
Jarvan going for Sunfire Aegis. In contrast, we have Wukong again with the Guardian Angel. Looks like they are going hunting, but it is a Fizz. I don't think you can really jump on him right here.
Oh, you'll be surprised. He just used Playful Trickster to clear the wave. Okay, that was very close. If he used that and he walked into that bush, he would have been just...
No, but there was a ward. Look at that. The ward and the tri-bush, so they were spotted out.
Oh boy, what's going on here? It's gonna be Jones there. Jumping on it. Wow, actually igniting the Hatsute. No more sashimi, it's just a grilled fish now.
Yeah, Pantheon really signaling out the Nami, taking her out of these fights, not giving EVOS a chance to retaliate. And really, it's on Hellcats. It is entirely on them to control this game. The next dragon is already here. They managed to pick one off.
Herald was summoned in the mid lane there to try to alleviate some of this pressure. But probably not the most ideal usage. At the very least, EVOS are able to get on the dragon first, but here comes the Jarvan. He did use a mid-tower. There's gonna be Pantheon jumping in as well. Where the dragon go to, at least EVOS gets that. What else can they find? That Wukong is spinning in the middle of everyone right now, but the Kai'Sa just doesn't have the damage, and Wukong is just gonna be going down. Oh, wow, actually makes it out alive there. So they trade Yin for that dragon.
Very strange movements there. It is just a tier 1 in mid, so even though EVOS summoned the Rift Herald in order to pressure mid, Hellcats were in a much better position around the dragon, but they gave it up so easily. Everyone moved away from the pit, and EVOS saw that, and EVOS was like, well, if you don't want this positional advantage, I will take it. And it is also an Infernal Drake, so a little bit of questionable decisions there by Hellcats. Nonetheless, they are still in the goal lead, just that they are down in dragons.
Yep, and to be fair, EVOS also did a lot in that fight. Surprisingly, the health bars of the Hellcats was actually pretty low when it all ended, despite the colossal lead right now that Pantheon has, about 4,000 gold above this Malphite right now. Of course, we need to remember that Pantheon does not scale forever, so only going to be a threat for so long. If Savage Girl can hold on and maybe get majority of the dragons and the Elder, it could still be a win condition for them.
Yeah, because no matter how far behind Fizz is or Malphite is, they always have a chance to come back through their ultimates by bursting down these squishies. Of course, Janna, have to commend her. There was a wonderful monsoon. Really turned that fight around. for Hellcats.
There's going to be another fight right now. Jones is actually unable to find that kill, and that is the problem. The GA goes down. It's going to be Galio jumping in as well with the heroic entrance to land a massive knockup. Now it's Queen's point to take over and start jumping around. There's going to be a quadra kill for Queen. The static shift there actually cleaning up someone in the back. And wow, GR Hellcats moving that carry roll perfectly from Jones to Queen.
Nami there used her ultimate a little bit too early. That's the thing, if you want to use the AoE to peel them off, the thing is, if Jarvan comes in or if Galio comes in and you use Nami's ultimate, it means that everyone else can stack on your AD carry because you're so reliant on that one ultimate to peel them off. So the timing there is quite tough, and Nami behind her whole team, it's very, very hard for her to peel anything. It's gonna be on Ennis on this Fizz and Yin on Malphite if they want a chance to stay in this game.
Savage Girl, they do have at least the game advantage, and that could be the reason why the Hellcats are playing out of their minds right now, because they really are rather desperate at this point. So they're pulling out all of their cards, showcasing this Pantheon top right now, who is just doing wonders for them.
This has 2 items, so we saw just now, and oh, Nami ultimate.
Yeah, the Fizz used the ultimate as well onto Queen, and Queen just doing no damage thanks to the shielding from the Janna. So that's not exactly a brilliant sign either. Jones is just gonna continue to pressure this top lane right now, the Pantheon, and Yin can't do anything about it really.
Technically, Hellcats can 1-3-1, but it doesn't matter. They 4-1, and already the health bars are so low.
Yeah. That Tristana bomb there, it just zones people off the turret, and if you stand near the turret, you're just gonna take the entire max stack bomb with damage, which is really quite tremendous when Tristana has like level 13 and a whole bunch of items. She's just gonna continue sieging this one up. That's gonna be the shark coming out once again. Or the dog, which lands onto Janna and takes her down to about half health. Meanwhile, the top lane Yin has already fallen, and Queen just jumping straight in there. Doesn't matter if you're a decoy or if you're real, I'm gonna take you down no matter what. Queen is just gonna pummel away on that Nexus right now. It's dropping to about 2,400. Looks like DR Hellcats right now are actually forced to peel back, and they find the re-engage of the South Pantheon actually jumping onto the Wukong clone there. So it's not gonna have some cooldowns for a couple of seconds, but at the very least, they... Wow, 300 health on that Nexus there. Savage Girl's base is basically non-existent.
A little bit unfortunate, and I'm gonna say this, unfortunate for Hellcats, because they could have closed that game out if they did 1-3-1. The reason why I say this is because Galio and Pantheon have global ultimates. So Galio, however, was sticking with the team in mid lane, which is really strange, because if you really wanted to maximize the Baron buff, it would have been a 1-3-1, and like right here, Hellcats are just so far ahead. EVOS has to back off and give this dragon.
Yeah, that's right. At the very least, Hellcats find themselves one dragon, unless of course Wukong goes in. Well, there's actually a lot of cooldowns being used right there. There was a tidal wave as well for no real apparent reason. The Hellcats are gonna pick up their Ocean Dragon, and Baron is gonna be spawning in 15 seconds. So, do they even need it? I don't think they need it.
No more turrets in the base. They don't need it, but they do need to escort these waves in on time, because we saw in the last fight they did not escort them in the same timing, which resulted in an awkward position.
Yeah, but oh, that's gonna be an engage there from EVOS. Savage Girl landing the knockups. What can they do? A lot of bouncy castle action happening here, but there's just too much damage coming out from that Pantheon and Queen as well, who's just hammering away. That buster shot there pushes them off the Nexus, and it pushes DR Hellcats into game 3. We're at match point, ladies and gentlemen.
DR Hellcats managed to even it out. Really exciting series, as I said. I expected this to go to 3 games, and we are getting the full 3, Gerard.
Absolutely.
Looking at the scoreboard here, Queen is the one. You know, we did talk a lot about Rogue, but now that she's been subbed out, they managed to bring in 816 on that Galio, which is so key here. I think that was one of the smartest decisions for Hellcats to do. And with Galio, they empowered their Tristana so much. It looks almost like something that Nextplay did. It's just that they also changed it up in top, and we finally got to see Pantheon. A buff Pantheon, a buff Black Cleaver. This guy is a monster. 21,000 damage.
Yeah, it is a wonder why they hid this pick all
Yeah,
the way until the
why?
very end. You know, give they now you don't just have to worry about the Akali, you have to worry about the Pantheon as well.
This is what you need to do when you are in a series. You cannot keep hiding all of these picks. You have to bring out something new, and it really worked out for them. Well done to Hellcats. EVOS, on the other hand, they did take some chances, right? We have to give them credit for drafting Fizz, but Fizz in mid being picked almost blind, I think it was counted in the end by Hellcats. And it's not even Fizz jungle because they already locked themselves in with the Wukong and they couldn't flex it. So wanting to see something different from EVOS, maybe not blind pick certain lanes if they are banking on picks like Fizz.
Yeah, I think now that Yin's Malphite has been countered, they really need to find a different champion for her to play that she can still have the same amount of impact on, because unfortunately in this match, Yin basically really didn't do very much at all.
Yep, EVOS will need to change things up. They cannot keep relying on Malphite top anymore because Hellcats managed to shut that lane down very early and translate their early game lead. They snowballed into Baron into the end game.
Yep, that's right. We're going to be going for a short break right now, but when we come back, it's going to be the final game of Wild Rift Open 2. You really don't want to miss it. It's going to be super exciting, guys. Remember, these teams are playing for some amazing prizes. Stay tuned after the break. Hello everybody and welcome to the final game of the Wild Rift Open 2 here. I'm Gerard, EscapeArtist, and this is Tania. We're going to be casting this very last game with you guys. Of course, the teams here, we have NXP, we don't have NXP. We have EVOS, Savage Girl, and Hellcats. And they are right now playing for this is the final game that they're playing. And they're playing right now for the prizes, of course, which in first place you get $250, 5,000 Wild Rift cores per team. Second place you get $125 and 3,000 Wild Rift cores per team. So I'm sure they're playing right now. And of course, not to mention the fact that they're going to be crowned the FSL Wild Rift Open 2 champion. And also for some maybe pride of their nation, it is Vietnam going up against Philippines, two very strong regions in Wild Rift as well. Very excited to get into this match.
Yeah, we saw EVOS win the first game, and Hellcats came back so strong in the second one to make a statement, evening it up 1-1. And they did some changes. We know for a fact that Rogue is not their mid laner. They are still going to stick with 816, which gave them draft options here. So Galio could be an option. They did, however, on the side of EVOS, they still banned out a Kali, even though they knew that 816 is playing and it's not Rogue. Yeah. So I'm still not going to see any Akalis.
Yeah, that's right.
EVOS already taking the Brom really early. Have to note, they also banned Janna on the side of Hellcats, even though it was a very key pick for them. But right here, EVOS already very strong, opening 3 champions, Brom and Tristana there for the bot lane in Dragon lane. And Hellcats, ooh, are they going to respond with an Alistar? That is going to be something new.
They could respond with this Alistar right now. It can hit but the Brom away, and they're going to pick up the Renekton, another aggressive top laner for Jones.
For Renekton and Camille, very strong 2v2. Want to keep an eye on that. In the meantime, the solo laners in mid have not been picked. Both teams do need AP, so it's gonna be Ahri on the side of EVOS. Hellcats might respond here with an Orianna. She does have very good ball carriers in Alistar and Camille.
Oh.
Oh? Are they teasing us with this Twisted Fate?
Wow. Okay, I mean, if there's a time to bring out these kind of picks, it's now more than ever before.
The last game.
Yeah, the very last game, that's right. Just wanted to point out as well that Garen, which has kind of fallen from favor today, has made a return. It's going to be Yin on it. And yes, it is going to be a Twisted Fate for Hellcats.
Wow. What a statement here. Don't believe it. Hellcats just took so many risks in their drafts for the last 2 games. Well, with Twisted Fate, they know that it's up against Ahri, so they had the advantage there, being on red side, being the last pick. And so it tells me that they are still very comfortable on working the map. It could be also the fact that 816 it's just a lot better on these roaming champions. Instead of Rogue, who brings a lot to the lane, here 816 is going to play for the team, is going to be using her ultimates to put pressure on the side lanes.
Yeah, wow, Stargazer Twisted Fate. Look at that skin right there.
And not to mention Face Rush, patch 2.3 introduced that. It means that Twisted Fate didn't need to go for Electrocute, or it gives him a lot more space now, you know, after casting his spells and the auto attack. Gonna be a bit more elusive on this Stargazer Twisted Fate. On the opposite side, EVOS. Very good wombo combo. They have a standard front-to-back team composition, which is led by Jarvan and Garen in the front, and Brom there to peel back. So I think on Brom as well, very key pick here. If he can block some of the damage coming in from Hellcats, he can also be able to peel back for his AD carry, and they could very well turn things around.
Yep, that's right. Now, Tania, I'm going to put you in a spot here looking at these 2 comps. Who do you think is going to be the champion of Wild Rift Open 2?
I think if Hellcats come in and say, I'm gonna play Twisted Fate in Game 3, you gotta hand it to them. And already the lane swaps coming out. We saw this in Game 2. We saw them use their dual lane to push in. And no, Yin.
Okay. Yin there, very interesting, decided to spin towards her opponents instead of away. But there's gonna be a little of a late invade right now. There is gonna be a 4-man response. And can Jarvan get that in time? Jarvan is actually level 2. Take note, he used his spells as well. Did not get that, I think. I'm not too sure about that. Oh, he did actually get that. That means that they are... Oh no, he didn't. Okay. it's Camille with that right there. A lot of damage being traded back and forth as well. Queen right now, can she pop that passive? She does, and that forces the Ahri to flash away. A very late invader from Hellcats, taking a very big risk, but it does pay off.
Yeah, not to mention you want to invade against a Braum who is able to stack that passive and potentially turn things around. But that said, a lot of heals were coming down. Let's take stock of the summoner spells. Gerard had to burn Ignite, Ahri had to burn Flash on the side of EVOS as well as that heal on Braum.
Yeah.
Whereas on Hellcats, also a lot of another heal that came out, Exhaust also down. But Flashes, everyone has it except Alistar.
Okay, that's gonna be another fight again here in the top side. Who got that Skull Crab? I believe it's Camille Yin trying to find the damage onto Jones but unable to do so. Maybe if Yin had that Ignite, he could have picked up that kill, but unfortunately does not have it.
Yeah, Yin has this tendency to use Ignite even though it doesn't kill. That's what we've seen in the last few games, which is an interesting playstyle.
Yeah. Throwback to the old days of old where when you ignited someone on League of Legends, you got 5 AD and 5 AP until your Ignite came back off cooldown.
Well, the case here again, Hellcats is the one running EVOS around the map. We did not see this at all yesterday and today, until the grand final really, where suddenly at level 1, level 2, level 3, everyone's around the map. They're trying to force out rotations, they're trying to get as many advantages as they can. And Kaisa here already 1.9k, and Tristana not too bad as well, already went back for that BF sword. So all that said, even though Hellcats were running around the map, Tristana still very happy, level 5 at bot, has all her summoner spells and has that BF sword.
We need to talk about who has been the recipient of the most amount of gold right now. On the side of Savage Gold, it's the Tristana who has had the time of her life really farming up that solo lane. And on the side of Hellcats, it was actually 816 there who was in the solo lane with the most amount of gold. So we're going to be looking to them to be doing the most work right now in the first team fight that is bound to start when the dragon spawns.
Yeah, everyone is already past at level 5 except for Alistar and Braum, so the supports still waiting on their ultimates. They still have 30 seconds or less, so they will get there.
Yeah.
In the meantime, it looks like everyone went back to the standard lanes. Things are calming down just a bit.
A short and small window where everything is just calm before the powder keg explodes once again once this dragon is spawning. And for now, it looks like it's the Hellcats who are the first ones there. Immediately gonna start this one up.
Both mid laners have their first item. Yev with the ROA and Ahri with Ludens, but Hellcats in a better position.
Oh yeah, Hellcats are going in right now onto the Tristana, who actually just rocket jumped on the spot right there. Did not get gold card, and that is critical there. I believe Braum blocked that one, but still the chase continues from the Hellcats. Who's gonna get the dragon? It's actually gonna be stolen by Savage Gold. Is the jump gonna make it out? The answer is no. Alistar going in, and he's gonna take his own life as well. That's gonna be Camille. That's gonna be TF as well, teleporting through. The Wildcards are gonna snipe that Braum, and Hellcats are starting to clean up this fight. Oof, that blue card there for the double kill.
Well, that was a near ace. The last one standing out of all of that is only the Tristana. And even though Hellcats lose the dragon, which we see quite often, I have to say so far, but it doesn't matter because they recognize that EVOS were not in a position. They decided to try and get some kills, but initially could not, which is why the fight lasted a lot longer and in the end they lost the dragon. But nonetheless, 4 kills to them just from that fight alone, giving them a slight gold lead.
Boy, Alistar dropping pretty low there, forced to use the Stone Plate as well. Savage Girl biting back in the mid lane. They want to get as much control as they can before this Rift Herald spawns.
And TF also, the ultimate, I believe, was used there just to get information or advantage on where EVOS was, which is why Hellcats could pull the trigger. They are the ones in the lead and we want to see them control the game. Where it's all about snowballing this instead of letting your opponent scale up, which Tristana is more than happy to do.
Absolutely right. For now, Savage Girl have a small goal disadvantage. Rift Herald is spawning, but it's actually the Hellcats who say we don't want that objective, we want to dive bot lane instead.
Yeah, interesting. Camille.
Yep, it's happening right now. They're just gonna be jumping onto that Garen. There's really nothing that Yin can do here. They're attacking what they assess to be the weak point of Savage Girl. They're gonna exchange this Rift Herald for the bottom lane.
Was a conscious choice by Hellcats there. Immediately EVOS moved towards the Rift Herald, knowing that they have the numbers on top side, and Kaisa playing very defensively. If EVOS want to dive her, it is possible, but looks like Javid and Arya are just going to back off.
They forced the teleport as well from the Garen. Oh, that might be the dive right there. Flash being forced, but oh, the jump back and we're back to bottom. We're back to top again. The stun actually does land. The Twisted Fate ultimate is out, however, that is not the card you want to see. That was a red card, not a gold card, and that might just cost 816 the kill. Preview, and we're back, ladies and gents. 816 there. Not exactly pulling off a Reginald with the blue card, but still a red card is not the card you want to be seeing. You really need to stun that Tristana under the turret in order to find a return kill.
Like a lot of pressure on her just to lock in that gold card.
Yeah.
But so far I have not seen that. Maybe she'll be able to do it later in the game, but nonetheless. EVOS did, that was a good dive. They do pay the price in terms of they had to back off from this top lane turret. Their health bars were too low, and again, Hellcats come out ahead.
Yep, that's right. Hellcats do come out ahead, continuing to open up more space on the map for themselves. Now all the outer turrets are down. Taking a look at these items right here, TF with already 2 items down. Ari about 2,000 gold behind, so really 816 has been the main benefactor of this lane swapping shenanigans.
That is a lot. That is 1 death cap.
Yeah.
It's nuts. So, gold card or red card may not make a difference in the end.
Perhaps that could be the case. Oh wow! That Rift Herald there just knocking Vambi out of the way and stopping her from landing that combo right there. EVOS Savage Girl are the ones playing on the back foot right now, and the dragon is spawning once again. Ah, that's gold card.
It's a gold card. It's not going to be used on an enemy champion. EVOS here, knowing that dragon was coming up, they are the ones who got the push on mid lane.
Yeah, that's going to be a very nice knockup though. That's 3 members instantly. Ari goes golden already, and Queen has started to free fire from the back. That's Camille on a killing spree right now. Tristana forced to jump away as well. The gold card will be blocked away by the Braum, but Queen is on the chase. Queen is trying to land as much damage as possible, and Queen is in the front, and that's not where you want to be. NextGen coming in for the re-engage. That's going to be Jones in a 1v4 situation right now with an 816 to support him. 816 popping the ultimate as well. Has the gold card. Is he going to be able to throw that? Does not have the range on that one, but at the end of the day, the Hellcats are the ones who gain the map control.
Yeah, but slight misplay there by Queen. Not sure why Kaisa ended up in the front. Probably just wanted to finish a low target off. But it could have been a lot cleaner. They could have done that and then secured the dragon. But here we are again. Everybody resets. Not everyone has ultimates as well if they wanted to clash here again at this dragon. And both teams clumping up in the same area.
Yeah, that's right. This might be a repeat of what happened just now. Kaisa needs to be a little more careful with the killer instincts there. Queen did jump straight into the face of the enemy. The dragon has been started by the Hellcats. Camille's gonna go in for a hook shot, take a fair amount of damage. That's the Hextech ultimate, and we get a very nice knockup once again. There's gonna be Garen going down. What can Tristana do? Jump straight into the middle. That's what she can do. She's still alive and gets red carded and goes down. There's gonna be a double kill, triple kill for Queen so far. Can Queen find him more? Flashing straight into the charm. That's not what you want. That's gonna be another red card as well. Queen picking up the quadra kill. Can this be the pentakill? Will she be able to find that damage? And it's gonna be the Camille that takes that kill away there. Queen does not get the pentakill, but Hellcats still find the ace and they still find the dragon for themselves.
All the credit that has to go to Bambi on this Alistar. That was a 4-man pulverize. She completely caught them off guard. EVOS, wow, 4-man pulverize immediately. Her entire team collapsed. No one had had ultimates, by the way. If you look at your screen here, most of them were all on cooldown, right? And still, so the question would be, without ultimates, which team would come out ahead? And you still have to give it to Hellcats because they are the ones in a goal lead. They have more items, they have more damage, and wonderful play from this support. Vambi showed that she could play such a mean Janna last game, resetting the fights with Monsoon. And now she's on Alistar, who knows how to go in and initiate.
Yep, that's right. Then they're gonna jump on, and the go card unfortunately connecting with the minion. But yeah, talking about the ultimates, right? It's a lot better for DR Hellcats because Vambi's headbutt pulverize is not her ultimate. You see there, she can just go in onto this Brahman. Look at 816 there. He's like, all right, you want to put your shield in the front? I'm just gonna teleport behind you and just hit you from the back. Hellcats in pretty solid control of this game right now. Jones on that Renekton is currently out leveled by the Tristana, but the rest of her team is on the Baron, and the re-engage once again. Vambi showing up big. That's gonna be Queen dashing to the back with the kill instinct. The Cathian Rain is gonna claim the life of the Ahri, and there's nothing really that Yin can do except fall and play in colorblind mode once again. Queen is godlike, and the Hellcats, they've got themselves the Baron.
Another Vambi initiate there. It's so well executed. You can misclick on this Alistar. It's not even easy to do it on PC, what more on mobile. But so far, her combos on Alistar have been on point. And look here again at the items. All of Hellcats are about one item ahead. Twisted Fate as well, after the death cap, going for that attack speed and more range, really. And a lot of assists. Not really helping with the gold cards or anything, but definitely a lot of poke damage coming out and helping the team, especially with the ultimate for Intermission.
Ooh, wow, that's an insane amount of damage right there. Brom nearly taken out. Of course, using Unbreakable as well. Vambi was charmed up, and that means that she's not going to be able to engage. But look at this 1-3-1 right now from the Hellcats. They're playing the map perfectly. They sent Camille bot, they sent Renekton top, and Camille right here might just be able to take out this Ahri. Jarvan is going to jump in and be her saving grace for now, but Savage Girl are bleeding out. They're losing turret after turret, and what are they gonna do with that? Glacial Fissure is not gonna do very much, unfortunately. Jones is just continuing to pressure this side lane as well. Another minion wave is coming in right now, and that's gonna be the engage again from Bambi onto 4 members right there. The turret has already fallen, and wow, Queen is just cleaning house on this Kai'Sa, really. She's legendary, and look at the health bars. It was pretty close, but pretty close doesn't cut it.
Yeah, they definitely maximized the Baron this time around. They criticized them a little bit last game for not doing that, but this time they managed to go all 3 lanes, and I think they did get the maximum out of that. Just gotta reset because the next dragon is here. And EVOS Savage, realistically, what can they do? They do have Jarvan and they do have Brock, but the problem is that their engage is just going to get countered by this Alistar. So even though Hellcats do not have Galio this time around, this Alistar is basically functioning the same way that they are so used to playing in the last game.
Bambi trying to find that flank, but it's actually going to be dead. Who just jumps straight onto the Ahri right there. Oh my lord! That knockup right there, that pulverize is exactly what Bambi is doing, and he does it once again. That is going to basically win the Hellcats teamfight without any ever doubt of them losing it. That is them just tearing through their opponents, and Bambi is the one they have to thank for that. They're just gonna clean up the last few kills, and the Hellcats, previous time that they played for FSL Wild Rift Open 1, they came in 2nd place. This time, they're not gonna let that happen. They're gonna take down EVOS Savage Girl, and they're gonna crown themselves the Wild Rift Open 2 champions.
We have a new champion, also from the Philippines, mind you, so congratulations so much to Hellcats. That was so well played, and I really, as a support main, I have to commend Vambi because Janna, she can play Enchanters, and now she has shown that she can play Initiators. And a lot of these fights, even though Camille went in first, she had such great follow-up. That 4-man pulverized, what was it, twice this game already? It's really, really helped them out. She prevented EVOS from ever getting the engage that they wanted.
Yeah, that's right. Wow, Vambi there, especially that last one right there. That was like a 4 or 5 man knockup. Insane stuff coming out from her. Queen as well, tearing through her opponents, always being able to play with the spaces, despite the fact that Kaisa has less range. She was just always able to keep herself at arm's distance. Okay, not always, nearly always. There was a time that she killer instinct into the entire enemy team, but we don't talk about that. We talk about her
Well, it depends,
successes.
right?
Yeah,
On Kaisa, you have to make that clutch decision on whether you want to go into
fair enough.
1v4 and whether you can take someone out. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Fair enough, fair enough. Hellcats, they pick up this win, and with that, they win very nice prizes right here. It's $250 and 5,000 Wild Rift cores for themselves. EVOS Savage Girl in second place are gonna get $125 and 3,000 Wild Rift cores as well, so it's pretty cool too. Of course, the Hellcats now have the glory of joining Nextplay as champions of the FSL Wild Rift Open. What an amazing series that was.
And 2 times champions for the Philippines, even though it's 2 different teams, makes you wonder, right? Is Philippines actually the premier region here? Yeah. Is Philippines the strongest region in Southeast Asia?
Mhm. We
Maybe.
could see in the Super Cup that's coming up pretty soon. Of course, over on the side of FSL, it seems fairly clear right now that Philippines is the top dog when it comes to Wild Rift, especially considering that they've won both Wild Rift Opens, and that in the first Wild Rift Open they were actually both teams in the both teams in the finals, yeah, were also from the Philippines. So they're looking pretty good for themselves. Of course, we have Savage Girl from Vietnam as well coming in on second place. Very good performance from them overall.
And really, all these 3 teams have been top 3, except for Nextplay, who bowed out a little bit more early this time around. But still, Hellcats, they are the ones who made the adjustments. It's so nice to see that they brought out the Pantheon. They also decided on the Alistar in the last game.
Yeah.
And all these adjustments to the drafts, they responded very well to what EVOS was picking. And they also executed beautifully.
Yeah, brilliant job to them. From us here at the Wild Rift Open 2, thank you so much for watching. I think it's been an amazing day. It's been an amazing 2 days really with you guys, and of course, always a pleasure to cast with Tania as well.
Thank you, Gerard. It's always happy to cast with you too. Thank you to Yahoo for supporting this event and Intel as well for our sponsors.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, I am EscapeArtist. You can find me on Twitter, EscapeArtist LOL, on TikTok, EscapeArtist Casts. My Facebook page is EscapeArtist. For Tania May, she's Tania May on everything except
Pretty
TikTok.
much. Yeah, well, hopefully we'll see you guys again. Thank you so much for tuning in and listening to us and enjoying the games with us, really. It's been a wild ride on the Wild Rift.
That's right. I can't wait for the next Wild Rift Open, which will be happening eventually. Can't wait for that one. Till then, we'll be seeing you around. Enjoy your days. Stay safe, everyone. Have good games on Wild Rift, and see you all soon. Bye bye.